hearings and possibly the trial. Are we live? Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Song is over. So, okay, this is Staff Sergeant Mo. This is the oath with Staff Sergeant Mo. I am here today, honored with the presence here with Victoria Sharp, and we have had quite a day. So, we had a good day, a small victory in the Patriot community, a leap and victory that could be conducive for others, I believe, in upcoming release hearings, evidentiary hearings, and possibly the trial. For every man that is released, it just shows and speaks to coming release hearings, evidentiary hearings, their intent of a peaceful protest and their intent to educate the people about the truth, about the actual concerns that they share with many of us that we also share those same concerns with. Today, we had John Ritzheimer's release hearing. And, I'm going to go over some of the details of that court case. But before I do, of course, yes, he was ordered. His release was, in fact, ordered. And he'll be home probably in a couple days. The details of that are going to be held close and privately. As well as, I must say, before I forget to say anything further, that his family, as a result, there are very strict conditions on John Ritzheimer himself, and I'll go into those in detail, but communication-wise, we're probably not going to hear much from him. On occasion, maybe, if that is respectfully okay, we might be able to hear how he's doing and if he's doing well or not, and maybe some details that have nothing to do with this case. Primarily, the important thing is that he isn't contacting anybody in known registered militias or any militia, Patriot community, individuals, or anybody that had been at the refuge. It's a lot of people. And so communications are going to be extremely minimal, if at all existent. We'll just be glad to know that he's doing well and that the children are doing well. And his family also are being highly advised, strictly and highly advised, that in order to not allow themselves to be perceived as conduits for John, as if John was sending a message or something through them, that it would be beneficial for them to also adhere to the advice and warning, the orders that John was given. That's where we are today with that. But today the case number was 16CR51. Judge Jones was presiding. Terry Wood is John's attorney. The government stated that he went into the refuge, clearing it in a tactical fashion at gunpoint. The government stated that he trained others with guns to prevent law enforcement from coming in. That he arrived with a mother, wife, and veteran friend. Oh, I'm sorry. No, he didn't arrive. In court, by the way, attending with him was, and this is what the defense stood up and described, that in court, behind him was his mother, his wife, and a friend from the military. His name is Neil. I'll leave his last name alone, but somebody he had served with who was prepared and had submitted a letter to the court. It wasn't read, but he had submitted a letter to the court that was a character reference letter, and talked about their time in service together and John's performance, and he was able to testify to that. So the judge had read the letter, though, himself. So the government really didn't give a long monologue of their indictments like they usually do. They kind of just proffered, and it was a short proffer, shorter than I'm used to hearing. The pretrial services were also recommending John's release, and that was brought to the attention of the court. The judge had a few questions of the defense, and he said he wanted to know what weapons he still owns and where they are located. John listed a few weapons. I have here a 9mm, a 22 AR-15 style Ruger, a Benelli shotgun, and a Q-Tech. There was one other weapon I missed. I think it might have been a pink weapon, a handgun. I missed the style on that one. All firearms are safely locked up. His attorney was able to cite that they're safely locked up with a friend and secure, that the people that have a hold of all those weapons are even willing to turn them in if it was a necessity. The judge conceded that, if pretrial services was okay with that and the government had no argument with that, that's fine. But the government did not have an argument with that. The government kind of hem-hawed for a second, but then they said, it'll be okay. So it was confirmed under a court order that they would turn those weapons in if required, but the judge at this time. And they were basically talking about some of the conditions that he would have to face without making the actual final determination yet. So they're kind of fishing around for a little bit first. So the judge then decided to state that he didn't seem like a man that was a lunatic that would go out and kill anybody. He said some positive things about him initially. He says that he doesn't feel that he shows a risk to society or a risk of fleeing. And that the government basically hadn't proven its position. And but then he also decided to address John directly, and he brought up his PTSD issues that was discussed. He inquired about it initially, and John was able to discuss how the VA and a veteran center would be of assistance to him if it's required by the court, that he'll follow that strictly, and that the PTSD had been looked into earlier on when he was leaving the military, and that he he had just dreams and things like that. It wasn't amassing to any true difficulties. He was actually diagnosed with PTSD while still in the service and still conducting his duties. Many of us soldiers actually are diagnosed with PTSD and not necessarily immediately seen as unretainable right away, and can conduct our duties. And PTSD is sometimes at stages that are very manageable. So he still served honorably in that fashion, even with the PTSD, and that was brought to the attention of the court. But then the judge definitely started, instead of inquiring anything further, he brought up the rallies that John, his history of the rallies that John had been attending, going to Seattle for Skylar Barbeau, and immediately said, that's, I don't know why do you do that? And I mean, he really went off the cuff and outside of a professional conduct, what I would consider a professional conduct for a judge. He went outside of those realms, and he basically came right out and he said, that's wacko. He said the word wacko. He said it's wacko and that's weird. Dressing up in Army gear, something that John is familiar with all of his life, or his military career anyway. Dressing up in military gear and running around with guns. Yet just a moment before that, he said he didn't see him as a lunatic that was running around with guns. But then he kind of contradicted himself, and he chastised John Ritzheimer for exercising his First and Second Amendment right. So again, there is a bias for those of us that speak up, that go to rallies and protests, no matter how peaceful they are. There's a strong bias that that's just weird and crazy and wacko. And let me tell you, no matter what group you're involved in, no matter what your cause is, for someone to generalize anyone that goes to any protest or attends a court hearing for Skylar Barbeau, peacefully and conducted himself with the conduct of a man that was stoic and professional in that courtroom. I witnessed that. For him to be called wacko and weird, and I witnessed him up in Seattle. I witnessed him at the Hammond rally. I witnessed him at the refuge. And at no time did I ever see his conduct or behavior be unreliable or unstable or wacko or weird or threatening. Not once did I ever see that. And I am not the only one that can testify to that. Do you have anything to add to your experiences with John Ritzheimer at the refuge that wouldn't be?
I wasn't there for very long, but for the time that I was with him, I never saw him unstable, or none of the men there seemed unstable.
Yeah. So after the judge was finished chastising him and lecturing him about PTSD, and then he went on to say that I'm going to release you today. It was a very tense moment, and I will describe to you that Rachel Ritzheimer was under extreme relief, when she heard those words from the judge. So despite the fact that the judge had just insulted John Ritzheimer significantly with bias, that I find unbecoming for when it comes to court ethics and violations, court behavior that judges also are to adhere to, she was still extremely significantly relieved. It was a very emotional moment for both his mother and his wife. The judge went on to say that he'll be on a very tight leash. He said that and enforced that, re-emphasized that he would be on a tight leash. He said, you can only work from home if you find employment and seek employment, which he has a trade in turning wrenches for motorcycles. And that was discussed that, okay, well, if you can find a way to continue to do that at home, you're staying home. He said that he would enforce a curfew. So if there's times that he's going to be allowed to go out and about for specific reasons, of course, that'll have to go through the attorney. There will be permissions, and it'll go to pretrial services to get permissions. He'll have very restricted liberty at home. Authorized travel only, I said that, and then confer with the attorney, confer with pretrial. No alcohol, no drugs unless approved. There are certain drugs that can be approved by a certified doctor. But even if marijuana, there is a certification that John has for treating his PTSD, he had the marijuana card legally. He said even if a doctor prescribes marijuana to you, no, you cannot have that. He said he'll be subject to random testing. He said he'll also be required to continue his health treatment for his PTSD, utilizing the veterans in the VA center. Pretrial will help authorize that and set that up and ensure they'll be monitoring that. He is not to touch any weapons, none at all. And he will not be allowed to make any commentary whatsoever, and he will not be allowed to communicate with any of his co-defendants. So basically, it's some form of gag order. I didn't hear the word gag order issued. The term was not issued, but the communication and lack of any ability to communicate with certain people, and then an ankle bracelet would be issued to him at his expense. And that pretty much concluded the case today. It was shorter than most, actually. It was a wonderful surprise. Many prayer warriors out there. I've been in contact with many of you, and I myself hold each of these individuals up in prayer continuously, as well as all of the supporters out there. I could tell you, talking to Sean Anderson yesterday, reminding me to tell you all that he continuously holds you all up in prayers, and he is so thankful. And very much loves his wife, and by the way, they're going to be allowed to write letters to each other. They'll be very monitored, but they are allowed to write letters. So anyways, that is today's court case, and tomorrow is for Ryan Bundy's evidentiary hearing, or the new word I'm learning is Ferretta. If I'm pronouncing that right. I'm no legal eagle, so I'm learning as I go here. And I have never seen an evidentiary hearing, so I'll be learning some new things. I'll take really good notes for you guys tomorrow. And Victoria Sharp will be with me and attending that with me too tomorrow for Ryan Bundy. So I want to touch just really quick too before we get into everything with Victoria. I wanted to touch a little bit. Scotty Willingham, is that the last name? Was arrested. Scotty is the man that actually physically, you might all remember through videos, he was at the refuge often. I don't remember at what point or know what point he actually arrived. I can't confirm that. As you know, I came and went, so I don't know everything. But I know that he helped with the removal of the cameras, the federal cameras that were off watching over the private citizens and private ranchers. They weren't watching inside the refuge, by the way. Those cameras were far away from where any of those guys were, guys and gals. They were way out. I remember the drive was a lot. We didn't know where we were going and for what reason. We just were covering a story. We knew that. We knew it was something big, and it turned out to be a really long ride out there. So it was way down the road, and it turned out because these cameras were watching the ranchers and their land and their cattle, just watching. And now one more thing I'm going to touch on, and we'll also let Victoria expound on that with her knowledge. It is true, for those of you that may have heard the whisperings, that there is a new indictment from Nevada coming out. And it is anticipated on good authority, good word. I'm not going to name names, but it's coming soon, so it'll prove me right or wrong, or prove the information I received right or wrong, but it's real. It's happening. The grand jury came together in Nevada and approved this indictment, and many arrests are coming. We don't know the number. We don't know the names. I haven't seen the paperwork yet. It is very real. It was decided, and it's either going to be released tomorrow, Friday. If it is released tomorrow, I think we may be anticipating a lot more arrests. And if it's not released tomorrow, it may be as soon as, early next week that they will begin the process of fulfilling the indictment arrests with that. And it will be related strictly to the Nevada Bundy Ranch events. Did you hear anything further that you need to know?
That's all I've heard so far.
So we've had a great day, and we've also had a day of some bad news. We're anticipating that. So again, prayer warriors, we can lift them all up in prayer. Everyone that may be involved in that indictment. I've heard rumors that I was at the Bundy Ranch, but I hate to tell you guys. I know there's a lot of people anticipating my arrest, and they say that I was at the Bundy Ranch. I heard there's a petition that says that I was at the Bundy Ranch. I was not there. I was still serving full-time in uniform, and I was aware of the news. I was very limited in my awareness, though, to tell you the truth. I was just a very busy girl fighting for injustices inside my own branch where soldiers and toxic leadership issues occurred. And I was very busy with full-time work, logistics and logistics management analysis. And the rest of the world was not on my radar so much at that time. So I had to study up and learn about the Bundy Ranch events later. So I was not there. So I'm not going to be on this list this time, guys. Sorry to disappoint. Excuse my sarcasm. But I would like to talk about how Victoria Sharp is doing these days and feeling, and, the things that are going on that you feel comfortable talking about. I'm just going to let you go ahead, and the audience is all yours.
Okay. I wasn't really expecting that, but okay.
That's a pretty relaxed show.
So basically these days I'm just, praying about what the next step is and what we should do as patriots in the entire United States, what we should do about these injustices that are being done. These people, these patriots that stood up for their rights and are now being arrested. Mm-hmm. And now, especially with these indictments coming out, for the people who are standing for a rancher in Nevada, and they're arresting everyone. They're trying to take everyone who actually cares about liberty and lock them up. And I guess I'm just wondering, what do we do about it?
You know, and this reminds me of some of the things as I was beginning to research what was really going on in the world outside of my very narrow scope earlier in my earlier years. What I was beginning to understand is people were speculating that days like today, the things that we're seeing happening today, people years back were speculating that these kinds of things would happen. And when they happen, that a lot of people will still be in some form of denial and thinking that under the color of law, that these things are acceptable, even that it's okay to go after that. And good people were saying this. And it's so funny. I think I've even seen some of the very same alternative media channels. I'm not naming names, but I've seen some of them cite that and that deep concern they had, very passionately cite those very speculations with grave concern in which direction our nation was heading. And some of them are witnessing it now and not even properly reporting on it or expounding on it. They're not on the ground to understand and see and witness the truth. They're actually regurgitating some of the mainstream media slander or disinfo. And I'm so shockingly, in some cases, some of them are, it sounds like, proffering or siding with the federal government, the very federal government that they warned us about, yes, that was going to become more of a problem, that we were going to begin to lose our rights more and more. And now they are pandering.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's happening now. Good people that have been on the ground, on the ranches, down to earth, salt of the earth people with their livestock, taking care of them properly and ethically, raising them and also feeding all of America. And we're just letting them round up our ranchers, the people that have been caring for our families. Scott, did you have something you wanted to add, honey?
I did actually. Oh, wait a minute. On my, hold on. Never mind. Hurry.
Can we hear? Are you there? I can hear you.
While
You having?
turn your speaker down just a little bit.
Turn my speaker down just a little bit. Okay.
Just a little. You should test it.
Okay. Test, test, test. Is that good? Test. Better? Okay. Still good when I'm back here? Yeah, I can hear you. We're going to learn as we go here. It's okay. Mm-hmm. And indoctrinating them. We're allowing the powers that be, the toxic and corrupt powers that be, to indoctrinate our children. So we have the likes of someone like Victoria Sharp, who gets it. A handful out there. Not enough of our children really are seeing what her eyes are open to, or hearing what her ears are open to. And a lot of them are blinded with video games and entertainment. We've all discussed and touched on the things, the distractions in our current society that is distracting our children. And then also they spend all day long in school systems
Yes.
that are run by the federal government, being indoctrinated, I believe, very unethically and immorally, and no longer constitutionally. These are not things that are part of prosperity or the pursuit of happiness. They're not being taught what freedom is anymore. They're building a new society in this country, and at the expense of our children. What is your experience like? I mean, you have friends at your age that some may understand and hear you. I am sure that you have many friends still that maybe are not, really aware.
I think that definitely the school system is it's been corrupted, and it's controlled by the government, and they teach them what they want to teach them and what they want them carrying into life, and it's definitely not constitutional values and not moral values, and it's not what is going to keep this country going in the right direction. And even the FBI, the other day I saw a report that said the FBI put out to the school system to report any students that were anti-government, quote, anti-government. And by anti-government, we know that they mean anyone who stands for the Constitution, anyone who truly cares about what this country was founded upon, and truly cares about where it's going right now. And they want to target any young people who actually do understand and actually do care about our country, which is totally wrong. And
it's infringing
yes,
on
absolutely.
The parents' right to raise their children with the morals and values that they themselves already share. I mean, we're taking parents' rights away to parent. Now, I'm not saying there's not parents out there that are themselves in need of recorrection as far as, abusive, drug addicts, things like that, where as a community, as a country, we should, change those wrongs. That's a separate issue, and one I'm not dismissing as real and evidential. I am very aware from my own personal experiences of parents that have neglected their children. And I don't want to talk about my personal experience on the air and feed the trolls today, but we'll just leave it at I'm very aware. And but I also had good grandparents, by the way, that stayed in my life, brought God into my life, kept me in church, kept me focused, kept me grounded, and the balance of people in my life allowed me to understand that I can make better decisions for myself, in which I did, and my values for my country. I would contribute to the positive reinforcement that was existing in my life. But not every child gets that gets neglected. Not every child is given that. And here we are, where we already have those problems with children that are truly neglected. And then we have the government interfering with good parents.
Yes.
That are parenting the right way, or even grandparents that are having to raise their children. Now they're being interfered with. We have several different generations raising this generation here. More and more homes are broken up, and other people are raising other people's children, and they're doing a great job. But then the government is coming in and interfering with quality parenting, moral parenting, ethical parenting, constitutional parenting.
And they target homeschooling as well.
And
they want to target anyone who wants to teach their children in any other way than the government sees fit.
What are the difficulties that you and your family specifically, if you don't mind sharing, the difficulties that you and your family may have experienced in the homeschooling environment? Because I had considered homeschooling my children. I didn't, but I considered it because I was getting a little nervous.
We actually, when we were homeschooling when I was growing up, we never had experienced the Child Protective Services targeting our family directly for the homeschooling. They did try to accuse my mother of abuse and neglect, which is not true, and nothing was ever substantiated for that. CPS is now again trying to be involved and try to target my mom because my family was at the refuge, which was not an environment at all that was unsafe or scary in any way. It was not irresponsible for my siblings to be there. I was there, and I had a really good time while I was there, and my siblings had a wonderful time. It was a great learning experience for them, but they are now again trying to target my mom for taking my siblings there.
I just witnessed a video of the environment inside one of the buildings at the refuge, a room I've been to, and children were involved in there. There was music playing. It wasn't a day that I don't think either of us. No, I haven't released the video yet. I've obtained this video, and I think I'm going to release it really soon. I'm not prepared to do so on this show, but I'll be more than happy to start sharing, doing a series of things that videos I've already released before and videos I'm obtaining. So if you're listening to this, you've been to the refuge and collected your own information as a citizen journalist or whatever capacity, please send those in.
I actually have the cut of their concert at the refuge.
And that is another great example. We can play that if you're prepared to, Scott. It's another great example of the environment that I witnessed there, as well as this other video where children and a gentleman was playing a guitar, people were singing and eating and smiling.
And we're talking about off camera, when people did not know, there was no media there. There's just, cell phone video of someone who saw, came into the room and sees all this wonderful family time happening, people learning from each other, people playing together, eating, playing music, and
it was a personal video from inside, not media, not even for my kind of citizen journalist.
When I saw that video today, I said that is what people need to see, because the media, the mainstream media, and the FBI wants to paint the refuge as this militant, the occupation of the refuge as a very militant and
militia, gun-toting, crazy criminal environment.
And that is not at all what it was like.
No, and I remember too some of the signs that were put up there. I don't know by which one of the ladies that did that, but they put rules there. There's no alcohol, no drugs, they had an area where they were like, everybody has to follow these rules very strictly.
And there was no problem with enforcing those, because that's not it was not an environment where that was an issue.
Yeah, no.
It was very responsible and very
that's exactly what I saw. And do you remember the little note above the light switch in the female latrine or bathroom, which said, "Thank you for coming"?
Yeah.
That was the environment. It was that peaceful. And I know that when media was there, that the things that they're reporting is wrong and inaccurate, and therefore I will outright tell you that mainstream media lied to you.
Yes, they did.
By the slanderous comments that Victoria had just brought up. They were lying to you, because I know that when they were in there, that they were treated well.
They were.
That they all had very good, engaging conversations. The mainstream wasn't debating with anybody because they weren't there to debate. They just asked their questions. They even enjoyed, some of them I saw were eating.
Yes.
They were eating the food that you guys sent to the Patriots. All you supporters sent. Some of the mainstream media was invited to eat with them, and they did. They stood around the campfires. Yes, they did. And they laughed and they joked. They did socialize.
And they played Play-Doh with my siblings and with some of the men that were there, some of the other people who were at the refuge. They watched them playing Play-Doh together and eating and having a good time. And they went back because of their bias and because of their prejudice. And they lied to the people.
They lied to the people. And I want to just say, I think in some cases, some of those reporters that we met and interacted with were very sincere and very good people. But I often heard back from them in some cases where they said, we did our best to report what we could, but our editor made us change it. Our editor kicked it back and and I'm working on my editors right now, Mo. I'm trying to work on my editors. They've had a big conference about it, and I've heard this from several reporters, that they had a big conference about it, and one of them stood up for us in the conference, and he even got them to change one word and stop calling them terrorists and start calling them, they dimed it down to the occupiers instead of terrorists. And it was a fight and a battle, a week-long battle between him and his editors to do so. Those events, the reporters were under the thumb of those that are being controlled in their networks and organizations up in mainstream. So it's not necessarily the journalists on the ground. I almost feel like they came back daily with guilt on them, burdened. They were burdened by their own guilt. They also seemed very empathetic, and I believe, I'm going to speculate that the FBI and those monitoring everything noticed that some of the dialogue was improving in favor of the patriots there. Mildly, but I know we all saw an uptick of momentum of support and improvement in the narrative. Just a slight improvement, but it began to take momentum, and they were reporting more factually about the education they were providing.
Yes.
And very shortly after I noticed that momentum, they killed and murdered Lavoy Finicum and arrested your patriot brothers and sisters.
Which goes back to that senator that called anyone who is spreading constitutional truths and about liberty and anything that has to do with the future of America, where it is going and what it should be done about it. They called it a virus. They called us a virus.
We are a virus.
And the virus was picking up momentum, and more people were seeing the truth. And they attempted to squash it by killing a man. Yeah. But I think that they chose the wrong way to squish it.
They did choose the wrong way to squish it, obviously, and calling people a virus. I ended up adopting that virus comment and saying, you know what, the truth is the virus.
I am the virus.
I am the virus. I am Lavoy.
Yes.
I am Lavoy.
Well, on that note, I have Victoria, your family. Would you like to watch? And you might need to actually pull it up on another browser to be able to view it. Or I'll try and share the screen.
Before we get started on the video, can I ask, we were talking before the show about putting on collars. Are we set up to do that today?
I don't know where that was coming from, but it was a little weird and creepy, and I will figure it out for the next show.
Right. No, that's okay. But, okay. So we're back on live. Myself and Victoria, I see. So we have a roller coaster ride of events that have been going on since the very beginning of the peaceful protest. Counting. And Michelle Fiore just did a wonderful video taking back the narrative. And before we go away, I just would like to capitalize on a couple things. We need to continue to take back that narrative. We were gaining momentum before. These are not criminals. And by the way, everyone is innocent until absolutely proven guilty. And that process has not yet truly begun. Simply, arrests were made with indictments. An indictment that actually read a lot like the mainstream media did, even though there's not one shredded piece of photo or video evidence.
Oh, wow. This was happening on my show the other night, and I had to cut something off in order to end it, but of course that got me in some shit. Mo does a fantastic job. Hopefully it gets ironed out for the next one. I had the flag down. That was actually Scott Schiller, I guess, was running this show and handling this. So, proving you just don't use Google Hangouts to try to do a video production. You need actual software. I would suggest, Mo, if you can, if you're listening or see this, to get a program called XSplit Broadcaster. It's not very expensive. It does everything for you, and it's you can actually control your audio pipelines instead of the audio pipelines controlling you. This coming from
Friends, I want to give you an update on what's happening with our Oregon Patriots and the corruption and the collusion down there in those courts, the terror coming from our government and the state of our situation in Liberty. But I also want to go back in time a little bit, starting with 1992 at a place called Ruby Ridge, where Randy Weaver, a man who had moved there with his family to escape the chaos of the world, was terrorized for a non-crime by a federal government who sought to abuse and terrorize. They showed up on his property after Randy failed to appear in court on a trumped-up charge. They murdered his 14-year-old son and shot him in the back as he was running home after they had killed the boy's dog. The last words Randy Weaver heard from his son as he called him home was, "I'm coming, Dad." I want you to imagine that next day as we have this family, still grieving, holed up in their cabin, surrounded. Hundreds of federal agents now on the scene. I want you to picture Vicki Weaver, a peaceful woman, standing in the door of their cabin as the family members are out getting firewood and trying to do chores, and the FBI snipers open fire on them. As they rush back into the house, Vicki Weaver is standing in the door of her cabin, holding their new baby in her arms. No threat, no weapons, just a peaceful woman being terrorized by the government. And the FBI sniper shot her in the head and blew her face off. And as Vicki Weaver fell to the floor and Randy grabbed the baby from her arms, and a pool of blood covered the floor, they holed up in their cabin for days and days. Both the remaining men, now wounded, with the young children in the cabin. And as they screamed in agony for days, the federal government went and put microphones underneath the cabin so they could hear them scream in agony. And then they stood outside the cabin with loudspeakers and taunted and mocked them. On the scene there in Ruby Ridge was an FBI team known as the Hostage Rescue Team. That's the nice word for it. It's the FBI hit squad. After Ruby Ridge was done, that same hostage rescue team was also seen in Waco, Texas, where more than 80 men, women, and children were murdered by the government, burned alive, and slaughtered. That same team from the FBI, the hostage rescue team, was also down in Oregon a month or so ago at the assassination of Lavoy Finnetum, as patriots were arrested and charged with charge after charge after charge, when in fact they had committed no crime but uphold the law and the Constitution, and most of all love their neighbor as themselves. And as the courts in Oregon join in on this conspiracy, and people involved in it, like the FBI and agents, hide evidence, the truth is coming out more and more, despite the fact that they try to control the narrative. And as it turns out, more shots were fired than were reported. And now it's coming out that it appears agents even hid evidence by taking shell casings off the ground and hiding them so that they wouldn't be reported. You see, we have a government of terror, and as the nation stands in fear of international terrorism, we have a government that is and has been the greatest terrorists in the world. We have a government and a court system backing them that calls themselves the protectors of liberty and justice and safety, that joins in calling us a nation under God as they wallow in innocent blood, as they lock away men and women, as they rip families apart and take children from their homes, as they destroy every shred of decency and principle of liberty that this nation was founded on. And we tolerate it because apathy is easier than liberty. But now we have to make choices. We have to start looking around at ourselves and asking, do we love liberty? As we see our patriots down in Oregon who are suffering under this great weight, the thumb of government, some of them still held in solitary confinement, torn from their families, dozens of men, some of their families unable to properly care for their children and their homes and their expenses. As we see people torn apart in the name of law, drugged through the wheels of injustice, and prevented at every turn by judges like Judge Anna Brown, who sits on the bench despite the fact that she is intertwined in all of the illegal actions that we're seeing from the BLM, despite the fact that there's evidence she's financially invested and stands to profit from the companies that will go in and use this land that was stolen from the ranchers. Despite the fact that we have state police and county police, federal agencies and governors and politicians complicit in this treason, they are allowed to continue. What is the solution? The first thing we have to do is repent. The first thing we have to do is appeal mightily to heaven. We are a nation that called ourselves a nation under God. We call ourselves Christian. We call ourselves righteous, but we refuse to defend the innocent from the unborn to the aged. This nation wallows in innocent blood. And in the name of ease and apathy and safety, we hate and we despise and we lie and we turn our heads as the innocent are abused. And we've been doing it for years and years and years. And so we have to decide for ourselves whether we will stand up and say no more, whether we will stop being deceived by lies and politics and games, whether we will look over and see the innocent being abused. Despite our differences in religious beliefs, whether we will seek justice, compassion, mercy, and liberty. That task falls to us. And if we will not do those things, if we will not defend the principles this nation was founded on, then we fully deserve the judgment and destruction that is falling now on this nation. The day has come to choose whether we will stand up for righteousness, whether we will love our neighbor and break the shackles of slavery from our children, or whether we will fade quietly into the dark night of obscurity, tyranny, apathy, and sin. Has come to choose whether we will stand
March
up
17th,
for righteousness.
2016. As we've been watching the two comets that are coming up very close to each other on March 21st and 22nd. And now that they're starting to pay attention and getting better.
The reason I'm running this is I'm kind of a space guy. I got a really kick-ass telescope, computer control kind of deal. It's not so big I can't carry it, but it's a good one. And this might be an interesting show. It's not going to get close enough to hit us, but we're definitely going to be coming through the tail. We might get one hell of an awesome meteor shower. Just hopefully nothing's big enough to cause any trouble. But wanted to go ahead and run this because this is coming up here in a few days.
Pictures of linear they think that they're part of the same comet. In other words, that BA14 fragmented off of 252P linear, the larger object that's brighter, but it's a little further away. And what that's saying is that when 252P linear fragmented and BA14 broke apart, it angled towards the Earth because it's coming closer. And we've been talking about an unusual amount of asteroids and comets, and they could be possibly part of the same cluster. Now they're saying, this is from the International Meteor Organization, there's a chance that the comet's approach could cause a minor meteor shower. It says that there may be weak episodes of faint, very slow meteors, about 15.5 kilometers per second, on March 28th and 30th. Why March 28th and 30th when we're dealing with these two objects on the 21st through the 22nd? It's because they're pushing up, as they push up from the lower ecliptic and come through the equator of the solar system, guys. These objects are following them. This debris trail is just like any other comet trail that you see. And yesterday they discovered a new comet called C2016E2. And what's unusual about that, guys, is that it made its close approach today between Earth and Mars. Wasn't as close as the ones we're watching coming up, but it's unusual to find a comet a day before it makes its close approach. That's how cluttered that our inner solar system is becoming. Again, looking at the diagram, March 15th, 1, 3 March 16th, which I indicated were the new ones in the last video. Now 3 March 17th, March 18th, you got 1, 19th, you got 3, and it goes down the list. Look down at the second one to the bottom, 1.8 kilometers. You go up 1.6 kilometers. You do not see these coming close yet. Look, 1 year ago, March 17th, 2015. Look at that. There's a big difference in what we're going through now than what we did a year ago. And they're discovering more and more new comets, new asteroids. Guys, has something perturbed the outer solar system? What is the difference in the issue? But when you're going from, say, 20, 40, 30, 50 meters, and all of a sudden to 1.8 kilometers, and what if they discover one that size coming straight at us? You're in trouble. But God has that timing in His hands because He created this great clock that we call the solar system. Looking at 2016 BA14, which is going to be the one coming the closest to the Earth, second to or third closest in history. Could be the closest, depending on some of the old records, how accurate they were without the accurate measurements that we have now due to satellite instrumentation. March 22nd, you can see now they've narrowed this thing down. It's not going to hit the Earth, but the meteor shower that's part of this is. That's what we were talking about the entire time. Now, each day they start stacking up this information, and suddenly today there's a new meteor shower that the Earth is going to go through because of 2016 BA14 is going to be actually part of the meteor shower as a break apart from 252 linear. So we watch this JPL model. Check that out, guys. As it goes by, remember, the meteor shower doesn't start to the 28th. This occurs March 21st through the 22nd, the close approach of this breakup of the two comets. A few days later, the tail comes through, and we start dealing with that. And my point is that you see so many new objects discovered each day. What do we really know is in that trail? God told us that no one knows the treasures of snow and hail that He has saved for that last day of battle. And we see the Middle East in major conflict. Looking at 252P, which could be the parent instrument of this meteor shower. But if you trace this back, it goes to an ancient comet. And they can actually tie all the meteor showers that we go through in 12 months to an ancient comet, the same one that broke apart thousands of years ago. And each year the Earth goes through a different section of that meteor shower. again, saying 252p linear is the parent object of the meteor shower would be more like the grandchild, and then all the meteors coming in are siblings of that. Each time an object like a comet gets closer to the sun, it comes under more stress. And that's what we're seeing now. 252p linear can now be seen by the naked eye from Australia. And they're saying that the meteor shower will be mostly southern hemisphere, and that makes sense, guys, because all the objects are coming from under us, as you see 252p linear rise. Now, I don't think we're going to see any life-eliminating events here, because it's not time yet. There's a few other things that we see, but there's going to be great distress. And you saw what happened to Russia. You saw what happened in Arizona. We've seen other asteroid and meteor effects. So let's pay attention to this, guys. This is a heads up. Be safe.
All right, this kind of
Santilli gets shipped off to Nevada. In a related development to Ritzheimer, co-defendant Pete Santilli has agreed to be transported to Nevada, where a judge there will review his order of detention stemming from a separate indictment accusing him of conspiring in the 2014 standoff with federal officers outside the Bundy Ranch in Nevada. Pistol Pete and his lawyer signed this document, and it is a done deal. Will things now change that Nevada is the focal point of the charges as well as the residents? In the end, you decide.
I wanted to follow up on my thoughts on these sparks in the Shauna Cox video, and what I saw on the Oregon Live video, and what good quality versions I was able to find on YouTube. And I found two different copies on YouTube. One that has the synced video with the drone footage, and the other one that is just like a large panned out version. So we'll see if like encoding or anything makes a difference. So let's start at the Oregon Live one that has this all slowed down. It has like slow motion, but I don't want to see the slow motion. I just want to see the real time, which they actually show first. And what I want you to notice is how the sparks look in this version compared to how they're going to look in the YouTube ones I show you. Now, let me say this. The sparks do exist in all three videos I'm about to show you. But there is a difference in this one for some reason. It could be encoding. I don't know. It could be a number of things. Let's just watch this real quick. Ready? Here we go. See it? Okay, watch that enough. Now, let me see here. Let me make this big here. Okay. Now let's start this. Go ahead and aim it correctly. Here we go. That was hard to see. Let's go back.
Go ahead and shoot me!
that's enough of that. So, now let me go to this one that has the synced up stuff. Alright, so it's ready to go. And 529 is the key frames. Let's see if we can get it here. See that? Let me start it and get ready.
Okay, they're shooting. Hang on. Okay, we're here. Go ahead and shoot me. 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 Go ahead and shoot me.
So as you can see, the sparks actually look a lot different in the original video that came out a week ago or so compared to this one from Oregon Live. The thing I can gather from this is that the one that we got a week ago had a whole lot more sparks, and the sparks were way more spread out. It looked like it flowered out more. And this version on Oregon Live, it actually looks like it's concentrated into two streams. Now let's see. Let's play this again real quick. See if we can get it. So you decide what that means. I don't know if it means anything. I just never noticed it before because I guess I wasn't looking for it. But I do think it's a little bit interesting, just a little bit, that the sparks are different in this Oregon Live video, where it's trying to point out the actual sparks. It looks more concentrated and more evident. I don't know. You decide. Until next time.
I'm killing the video on this. I thought this was incredibly interesting. You might have to go full screen to see what's going on over here in this chat room. When Chaos View goes over there and is talking with Scott Shaler and Sentinel Spitfire and some of these other guys. It wasn't anything to do with my video that I did, but this was interesting, and when he asked too many questions, he got banned. So, how many of us have been through that?
Well, we have some interesting events happening here in regards to the people involved in the Oregon standoff. We have the defendant John Ritzheimer being allowed to return to Arizona to his house under home detention with the GPS monitor. And they're saying basically if he's caught around any guns, any weapons whatsoever, that he is smoked, but he's allowed to leave. Now, he is being also viewed as one of the main people that was involved in all this, and the judge himself, U.S. District Judge Robert E. Jones, said that he was worried about Ritzheimer's mental state, that he suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder from 2 tours in Iraq, and basically said that he's going to follow the recommendations of the pretrial services. So he's letting pretrial override his own opinion here and what he thinks, and he's going to allow him to go home and be on GPS monitoring. Now, they recently, as I covered in another video, picked up another person, a guy that was making threats saying he was going to shoot federal officers and all this other stuff. They picked him up and said that he was connected to this whole thing, and I'd never seen him before. He must have been behind the scenes or in the shadows or away from the cameras the whole time the occupation was going down at the refuge. But a lot of these people they're saying is also connected to Bundy Ranch. And it looks like Bundy Ranch is really where they're wanting to hang a lot of these guys out to dry. Now, as an update, there's the guy that they just arrested. They told Cliven Bundy he cannot leave. He said he loses his bid for release ahead of the federal trial in Vegas. So Santilli, as you can see right here, he is being moved to Nevada, District of Nevada. And you can see here, I understand that I've been charged in another district. And he signed off on it down here. Now, he will be moved to Nevada. And who knows who else at this point, but this is where they're bringing him, and the reason being is because he was attempting to get out. They were going to allegedly release Pete to a halfway house and then go from there. But they said, no, we have more charges we want to hit him with. So they're going ahead and they're taking him to Nevada, and these are different than the charges that stem to the Oregon standoff, because these are charges where he was in a vehicle, where he was blocking federal officers, where they say he had a rock in his hand, threatening them, where he was giving orders to guys with guns, and all this other stuff. So they've got a whole slew of different charges they're about to hit him and others with here. But in the meantime, Ritzheimer released. So that's where it sits with some of these updates. Going to continue to update more, and we'll talk about this even further tonight. Real Talk Live, make sure to tune in. Be hosted on Dabu 777, embedded over here, undergroundworldnews.com/live.
Okay, I'm not real sure what the hell this is all about. Somebody sent me this video. I'm going to go ahead and run it. But what it says, and it's a British reporter, so obviously it's a non-American slant of view. It comes from a British TV station called The Lip. Says congressional candidate Michelle Farrow helped plan the Oregon militia occupation. I'm not so sure about that, but let's see what they got to say anyway. Let's see what kind of contrast we have here.
Occupation at the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge finally came to its conclusion. Nevada Assemblywoman Michelle Fiore, well known to a lot of our viewers for her views on Second Amendment rights, for her views on the support of Cliven Bundy and the Occupy, the militant movement in general. She's at its center. She was a part negotiator, she was a part cheerleader on the telephone, talking a lot of these militants down, talking the last remaining militants down from the wall, making sure that there was a peaceful conclusion. Well, there's a new article out by John Sepulveda in the OPB, the Oregon Public Broadcasting News, which indicates that Michelle Fiore was actually instrumental in not only planning but also helping to organize the whole thing from the beginning. it centers around, it is complicated and convoluted to a degree, some of the evidence, but it's worth talking about it for a couple of minutes because it is somewhat sinister and it's very, very troubling. Because at the time she was fated as somebody who had been able to connect with these individuals, and notwithstanding the fact that she was in part supporter of them, but that was excused because it was felt that, well, she was able to connect with them, so we'll excuse the somewhat troubling views that she has in terms of supporting these radical individuals who want certain things, and they wanted to occupy federal land in the way that they did. She's a member. It centers around her membership of an organization called COWS. This is the Coalition of Western States. This is what COWS's stated purpose is from their website. COWS and its members from Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Arizona, Nevada, Utah, Montana, New Mexico stand ready to oppose continued federal overreach and abuse, support the rule of law, and restore management of public lands to the states where it constitutionally belongs. Now, Michelle Fiore has railed against the suggestion that the militants who occupied the Malia Wildlife Refuge were actually in occupation. Remember, these are people that came in, that took a federal building whilst armed. They said that they would kill or be killed. They damaged property whilst on the premises. They accessed personnel files. She terms all of that as camping. Any suggestion, that was actually the word that she used, any suggestion she's...
They accessed no computers, they unplugged them and set them to the side. The only thing they accessed was the open files proving BLM and local government corruption and fraud. That's why they're all in solitary confinement. Who is this Tars? Anyway, this is a contrast video, but you know, this is what's coming from the other side of the media.
Says that they were occupying that property illegally is a fallacious, ridiculous assertion and is incorrect. So it begins with her.
I know, man. They went and cleaned the place up and let the Native Americans know that their artifacts were being shamefully stored and taken care of. They went through and swept the buildings. They cleaned up the trash and all kinds of stuff. How dare they? They should have called Black Lives Matter and burnt the fucking place to the ground. What the hell, man? What is wrong with you? You guys, you patriots want to get something done? Call Black Lives Matter. They'll come help you out. They have kerosene and torches.
Her membership of COWS, this organization that seeks to address what they see as the abuse of government overreach. And then we get into the particulars, Jason, and it goes down to a number of meetings that she had, ostensibly to act as some kind of liaison. And even when they went, and she went she was actually on the phone a couple of times at these meetings that were held, and she was present at the meetings by telephone. The federal authorities said, we don't really need your help. We don't need your intervention. We think this is coming to a close. On January the 9th, it began, as we remember, on January the 1st. On January 9th, they held this meeting with COWS members were there with the federal authorities. Federal authorities said that we think that the Bundy guys are actually starting to get tired. We think that the fizzle is running out of the movement. If you go down there, it's just going to galvanize them. It's going to give them perhaps a boost. They ignored all of that, and they went down there in any event. And they went down there for a number of reasons. They went down there to help them organize various press conferences, to give them partly...
Oh my God, where is the Gong Show guy? Where is he? I can't remember his name. Where's the Gong Show guy? This guy's a retard. Oh, I'm gonna die. Somebody help me. Anyway, I ran some stuff last night, and apparently my cat decided to walk across my keyboard, well, because I fell asleep, and I hit the mute button, and because I've got to push my keyboard door back in, I have this cat we call Crazy Zeus, that Sometime over the night last night, he managed to flip over 3 ashtrays, break a bottle of wine, knock a glass of water over, pull down 2 curtains, and this morning we found him asleep, hanging from the ceiling by his claws with his tongue hanging out because he absolutely wore himself out and his crack pipe was laying on the ground under him. I don't know. This cat is nuts. I don't know where he's getting his drugs, but we're trying to find out. Hopefully we will soon.
David Fry here. Sorry about last night's conversation, which ended abruptly. It is very hard to get everything done in 15 minutes. Anyways, I would just like to prove the hypocrisy and incompetence in the federal government's decision to deny me my free release. They have stated that not only do I pose a flight risk, that I am also considered a danger to society, but it is not. But does not bail supposed to levy out the risk of fleeing, bail that the Constitution grants that they have denied me of? Whatever happened to being innocent until proven guilty? They consider me a flight risk based on my prior marijuana convictions. The prosecutor said that I have complete disregard for the law, yet the ones with no regard for the law is the federal government themselves. Am I not granted my own right to religion, my own right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Do I not have the right to treat my own problems of stress, anxiety, and depression with my own herbal remedies? They prefer that I use FDA-approved prescription drugs, which time and time again have been proven to be harmful. The vast majority of serial killers and mass murderers have been taking these FDA-approved drugs. Most of these prescription drugs even state in their commercials and warning labels of an increased chance of suicide, but leave out the increased chance of a murder rampage killing spree. They also considered me a flight risk because of my previous attempted suicide in a county jail in Ohio. I was stopped by a police officer in a county park and he had found marijuana in my possession. And being as honest as I am, I had informed the police officer that I threw the marijuana pipe over in the grass before he had approached me, and that I did not want a child to find the pipe. But then he insisted that I would be charged with tampering with evidence which carries a felony. They take me to the county jail and book me in. I spent 3 days roughly when I decided to attempt suicide by hanging with a bed sheet. They dropped the felony charge later. The federal government believes that anyone with what they consider to be mental problems poses a flight risk because to them suicide is considered fleeing. I was 18 at the time of the event, almost a decade ago, now that I'm 27. They consider me a danger to society because of the way they portrayed me as a militant druggie. If anyone has seen my Facebook page profile picture, that is me. That is the real me. I have shot a firearm a total of maybe 30 times in my entire 27 years. I came to the refuge armed with my smartphone, laptop, and USB flash drive. It did not bring my own firearm. They are using my declaration of war against the federal government to label me a threat to society. That comment was made to be satire. It was supposed to be a bit humorous, but it didn't come out as nicely, maybe due to the fact that I had a loaded chambered pistol with the safety off pointed at my own head. I seriously doubt any of the FBI agents had puckered their ass to that comment with their bullet-proof vests and standing behind their armored vehicles. The prosecutor is simply using any means necessary to keep me behind bars. And again, as I made that comment, the gun was pointed at my own head. I was legitimately worried about all the big public statements, but Mark, the FBI negotiator, assured me that those comments are mostly myths and that I would be separated from the high-threat inmates. So as of now, I have not been sexually molested. The only thing that is raising me is the cheap toilet paper. My anus has never been so raw. The federal government has taken my declaration of war against them literally as an act of strategic military action. I should call the federal government OPB, Oregon Public Broadcasting, because instead of asking me what I meant, they just assumed and made false accusations. I even told Mark that I would rather kill myself than have to kill any of them. But I doubt they will ever release that audio clip of that conversation. I find the federal government's assumption of my term of war being taken as an act of physical aggression hypocritical because even their own use of the word, how about their war on drugs? A multi-billion-dollar epic failure because, as Ron Paul has stated, how are drugs still getting into our most secure maximum prisons? For the most part, the war on drugs is the police force locking away druggies behind bars and handing out tickets to the potheads. I find this to also be hypocritical because it is still the legal prescription drugs that cause more deaths than the illegal ones. The war on drugs is also hypocritical because they classify marijuana as a Schedule 1 drug, which states it has no medical value. But recently the federal government obtained patents to marijuana having medical value. Even cancer.gov, the federal government's own webpage, lists multiple medical values of marijuana. The war on drugs has also proven the incompetence of the federal government. The police have time and time again proven that by kicking down doors, throwing flashbangs into baby cribs, shooting the family pets only to realize that they entered the wrong household. This has happened on numerous occasions, some even taking the lives of innocent Americans. But they still insist that the 130-pound pot smoker is a danger to society. How about the government's declaration of war on coal? It isn't like our government is drone striking our coal plants. And the war on coal also poses a threat to our society. Obama said that it will significantly increase the cost of electricity. And is it not poverty that's the mother of all crime? Obviously, the term does not necessarily mean a military confrontation, but rather simply a dispute between two parties. So my declaration of war against the federal government still stands. I, David Fry, will continue to wage war against the federal government for their blatant overstep of authority and their constant violations against the Constitution. Another reason I believe the federal government to be hypocritical and incompetent is because by posing me as the danger to society, they ignore one of the main reasons why I came to here to the protest to begin with. I care dearly for my community, country, and planet. Have I not been the one who has been warning the people about Fukushima? Like the faithful watchman, I have been warning the American people of a silent danger. Just like the federal government is supposed to do, protect and serve, I tried my best to do just that. How has the federal government protected and served the American people from the imposing threat of radiation poisoning? They turn off all West Coast radiation alarms and increase the limit of safe exposure levels to radiation and continue to tell people it is safe to eat the Pacific seafood, even though like 14 of 14 tuna fish tested positive for cesium, a very dangerous form of radiation. Yet I'm the one who is a danger to society. It should be clear to see that the federal government insisting I be held behind bars because I am a danger to society is a moot point. After all, was not O.J. Simpson granted bail even after leading police through a high-pursuit chase on the highway, endangering the lives of hundreds of people? Is it not obvious that this is all nothing more than a political agenda to silence those who oppose tyranny under the guise that this is for the safety of the community? As Benjamin Franklin said, if you're willing to trade freedom for safety, then you deserve neither. 97% of all federal cases end in a plea deal. They use unconstitutional laws to bully those who oppose them into submission. They have denied my right to bail. They have denied my right to a speedy trial, hoping I will accept guilt so that this case never reaches jury trial. But I realize that one lifetime is minor compared to eternity. All of the Lord's people have been wrongfully persecuted. I plan to take this all the way. With that said, I hope everybody continues to defend your base, and by base, not only do I mean your home, country, or planet, but also your own soul. Put on the armor of the Lord, which is the truth, and continue to war with me against the forces of evil. Disobedience to tyranny is obedience to your Lord. Hallelujah. Praise be to Yah. Till next time, take care.
Truth Unveiled here, keeping you updated with the world around you, but yes, it's getting much worse than you think with these race wars and race riots. They're already beginning. And what are they planning for? Well, now they're planning for rioting and rallies for Donald Trump, and it's coming up sooner than you think. But basically, it's called Democracy Spring, and it's said to be the largest civil disobedience action of the century. And I'm going to leave some links below and some other news reports below as well, but it says that it could potentially threaten the drama in Washington. So here we are at Between the Lines, which is a weekly radio news magazine, and this is an interview with Kai Newkirk, who is a campaign director with the group Democracy Spring, which is the group that is responsible for this, conducted by Scott Harris. Now it says, Mass civil disobedience planned for U.S. Capitol in April to protest big money in politics. It says, for the first time in recent U.S. history, candidates competing to win their party's nomination to run in the 2016 presidential election have been forced to address what many Americans believe to be their nation's broken political system and economy rigged in favor of the wealthiest individuals and powerful corporations. While Vermont's independent Senator Bernie Sanders has devoted his campaign to articulating these grievances more than any other candidate, others vying for the White House, including Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, have to a lesser degree also emphasized the failings of America's current political and economic status quo. Now, the reason this is so important and the reason I'm reporting this is why? Because what are they doing through this? What is Democracy Spring doing? This is another way for what? For your government to do what? To start these race wars, to instigate these race wars, to instigate all of this rioting going on, to instigate these protests, and to do what? To pay for them to be there, to basically pay for people to rally and to start violence, pay for people to trigger violence, and pay for people to start civil unrest, just like they did in Ferguson. Nothing new is under the sun. But guess what? You'll find out just soon enough who's really funding it and who's behind it. But it goes on to say, now with record-breaking, unregulated campaign spending by unaccountable donors through super PACs in the 2016 election campaign, plans are underway to organize a massive civil disobedience action at the U.S. Capitol this April, acknowledging the urgent need to address the failure of U.S. politics. Those participating in the peaceful protests will demand that Congress take immediate legislative action to end the corruption of big money in politics, protect the right to vote, and ensure free and fair elections that give every American an equal voice. When those of us who are awoke, we know that you never had an equal voice or an equal vote to begin with. Elections have been rigged to begin with. Never have they ever been fair, or say fair. They were never like that. Not only that, but for those of us who are really awoke, we know that Obama's going to stay in office anyway. So to me, it seems like a big shill to begin with. But it goes on to say, organizers of the action called Democracy Spring say more than 2,000 individuals from around the country, including Mark Ruffalo, Larry Lessig, and Zephyr Teachout, had pledged to risk arrest in the nonviolent sit-in at the U.S. Capitol. Between the lines, Scott Harris spoke with Kai Newkirk, campaign director with Democracy Springs, who talks about plans for what he says will be one of the largest civil disobedience actions in a generation and the goals of the protest in this important election year. Kai Newkirk is a campaign director with Democracy Spring, which is organizing a massive civil disobedience action at the U.S. Capitol this April. And then you can visit the website, which we will do in a second. But I also want to take you here to this website as well. And it's from Now the End Begins. It says, Soros group called Democracy Spring vows to cause a catastrophic civil disobedience to stop Trump. Do you see the first word here? Soros. Who is that talking about? George Soros, the same man who's funding these migrant crises and these refugees in Europe, the same man who's funding all these Black Lives Matter protests with all the rest of them. He's the same one who's funding all of this. It's no different. But it says the operation calling itself Democracy Spring is threatening drama in Washington with the largest civil disobedience action of the century. The radicals believe this will result in the arrest of thousands of their own activists. They intend to march across the East Coast in order to spark a fire that transform the political climate in America. This is not looking good, because what are they going to do? They're going to incite violence on purpose. And then what could the president do? He could say, oh my goodness, there's so much violence going on. We need to do something about this. We need to bring out the military. Another way for them to potentially drill another what? Military police state. No different, just like Ferguson. I'm telling you, they're trying any way they can to start these race wars and to start all this civil unrest. And it says, with little fanfare and almost no news media attention, no surprise, some of the same radical groups involved in shutting down Donald Trump's Chicago rally last week are plotting a mass civil disobedience movement to begin next month. And I actually reported on that. George Soros has just declared war on America. With the Soros millions behind them, a new brand far-left anarchist group named after the Arab Spring hoax of a few years back has vowed to set America on fire both figuratively and literally. These are the exact same people that did what caused mass disruptions at Donald Trump's rally in Chicago last week. They're vowing to not quit until thousands of them are in jail for crimes against the government. Though they don't mention Trump by name, they're obviously aiming to stop his run for the presidency, as they just attempted to do in Chicago. And I would not be surprised if they have another group ready to go for Hillary, and if they keep this up, because like I said, they're using Donald Trump to fund and start these planned, staged riots. That is what they're doing, and you're only going to see an uptick and an increase, especially now that these so-called candidates are going city by city, state by state. Oh, what better way to start unrest than start using them? Oh, what better way? The elite have it figured out, don't they? But it goes on to say the operation, calling itself Democracy Spring, is threatening drama in Washington with the largest civil disobedience action of the century. The radicals believe this will result in the arrest of thousands of their own activists. They intend to march across the East Coast in order to spark a fire that transforms the political climate in America. And of course, the chaos and the protests that canceled Donald Trump rally in Chicago, which was last week, and you could see a video there. But why is this so important is because they say, according to them, that it's going to be in April, and this is going to take place all throughout April. I honestly would not be surprised if this takes place all throughout the summer. They're going to keep it going and try to get everyone upset and riled up, and they're going to keep using the puppet named Donald Trump to do it in order to start and incite these race wars, race riots, and civil unrest, because last I checked, that's what the military are preparing for. The military are even preparing for that. It's funded by the same people. It's funded by the elite. It's funded by Mr. Soros. It's funded by your government. And that is what they're trying to do. Problem, reaction, solution. Now, I'm here at the actual website, Democracy Spring, and like I said, we're just going to go over the actual campaign and the FAQ, and I'll leave the links below so you can see, but it says, the campaign, standing up by sitting in to save American democracy, more like to start and incite these race wars and civil unrest in order to get the public divided and conquered, courtesy the elite. But they won't tell you that, will they? But it says, from Selma to Seneca Falls, from Stonewall to Ferguson, the history of American progress is marked by the moments when we the people come together to stand up for what is right. Give me a break. I mean, do they really want us to believe that? Come on. But it says movement moments, from 5 million signer petitions to state house resolutions to ballot initiatives advancing fair elections. There is a growing movement in the U.S. demanding solutions to our deeply corrupt political system. Do not get it twisted. Do not be fooled. See, when you know the agenda, Truth Unveiled here, keeping you updated with the world around you, but yes, it's getting much worse than you think with these race wars and race riots. They're already beginning. And what are they planning for? Well, now they're planning for rioting and rallies for Donald Trump, and it's coming up sooner than you think. But basically, it's called Democracy Spring, and it's said to be the largest civil disobedience action of
Texas can sue feds over BLM land grab. They're taking people's property, thousands of acres, on both sides of the Red River in Oklahoma and in Texas, that have been in some families' hands for over 100 years. And they're taking their houses. You actually own it. You have full title. You pay property tax on it. And they put a sign on it saying road closed. If you try to go to your house, men with machine guns show up. This is the aggressive, hateful, anti-American posture of the occupied, illegitimate federal government that lawlessly opens the borders, brings people in, but then tells you that you have no rights. People say, well, then support the Bundys. Let's have a war with them. We're going to win through the courts and taking back Congress and the states and suing these people. And if a shooting war does start, it's not going to start at some federal refuge where the public thinks people have taken something over. It'll start when they're killing ranchers who try to go to their 100-year-old ranch house. And if they want to start an election or Concord like that, that's their problem. I'm trying to stop that. But yes, we have an occupied federal government. It is lawless. It is foreign. The general public hasn't figured that out yet. They're starting to get it. They're starting to get it. The globalists want to have physical confrontations because they can spin and misrepresent that. A lot of people say, oh, you can't beat the helicopters, the troops, the surveillance. We'll get crushed in a war with the feds. We won't get crushed militarily in a war with the feds because they're not feds. We will get crushed in an information war with them and then lose the physical war if the public isn't aware that this is an occupying force like the Vichy French in World War II. These are collaborators. Now, does that mean everybody in the system is an enemy? No. Statistically, there's probably more feds that know what's going on than the general public because they're in the middle of it. They either, though, shut up, get out, or join with it. And they are recruiting leftists in the last 50, 60 years to fill up key positions who are serious, vitriolic, hardcore, committed zealots to carrying out globalist operations. They're the types that blow up the Oklahoma City building and blame it on the Patriots. So they've got hardcore cadres that are sworn enemies of this country, sworn enemies of the family, sworn enemies of Christianity. That's why they side with radical Islam. But the average FBI agent, the average person in the military, the average person in the federal marshals, the average cop, I've just studied it, is more awake and does not support what's happening. So that's why we just shouldn't have a dumb war with them. We should have an info war and destroy the enemy by exposing that they are an actual hijacking criminal invader. Production, an InfoWars live.
Hi, this is Dr. Mount. This is a more serious video than the last, although the cure for breast cancer is pretty serious. Russia has ordered their troops to be pulled out of Syria immediately. There is no
destroyed by lack of knowledge. I put my heart and spirit into this movement, and a big part of my hope died with Lavoie. I really wanted to die at that camp, but the Heavenly Father continued to keep going. So maybe this message is what He wanted to spread. Only because of the people's support, I have been able to write this. I want to thank everyone for helping me get this out. With much love and respect, in our brother Christ Yeshua. Hallelujah. Praise be to Yah. That's it.
How you doing, folks? It's Rich Guz, and just a quick little update here. With Liberty Bell, Let Freedom Ring, I'm not sure how many of you have actually went to Craigslist and took advantage of the free ad. That really is something that I think everyone can do. It'll, at least... look, man, everyone's in different parts of the country, and, it would really help to put that word out. So, if you could, and if you got the time, I'd really appreciate it if you can, put something out there. There's a flyer going around from Scott Mitchell. It's on our Facebook page, Liberty, Patriots for Freedom. Patriots stand for freedom. I'm sorry. You can go on the website. I believe you can find something there. If not, just let me know. I'll make sure something gets put up. But if you have any problems with it, just get in contact with me. But it's something pretty easy. Some people said to go in the rant and rave section because you probably get more attention. I just went into the event section in Connecticut and I put mine in there. I haven't even gotten an email back or anything like that from anyone yet, but it's still early. I'm holding out hope. Liberty Bell, Let Freedom Ring. April 15th, this tax day coming up, April 15th. Let's make some noise. Let's do this, man. Come on, people. Let's get excited, man. Let's really spread the word on this. Let's get out, man. Let's start doing stuff. Flyers, truck stops are a great place to do it. Just about any store you can think of that gets a lot of traffic. You got a CB? Get on the CB if you're a truck driver and broadcast the information. I don't have a CB in this truck, but I did have one a couple weeks ago. They took me out of my truck for maintenance, and I had a truck with a CB in it. I swear to God, all day long, man. That's all I kept doing. But let's get the word out, people. Let's get this going. Let's not let it stall. I want this to really get out there. I want this to be everywhere. I really believe this could work, man. I think we can really make some noise. And we still got a lot of time left, all right? So, I don't know. Any questions, feel free to get in the comment box there and talk to me. I try to get back to everyone. Anyways, I hope everyone's having a nice day. It's pretty nice out here in Connecticut right now. It's near 70 degrees. Just sucks I got to work, Anyways, much love and respect to all of you, man. You're awesome patriots. I'm glad you guys are on board with this. Until then, see you later, man. Bye.
We are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised.
Americans, mobilize. Stand together, stand tall. Tell the government you're mad as hell. No longer cooperate with the government. Do not accept the national ID card. Do everything in your power to restore freedom and your individuality back to America. Stop being a country run by the institutions for the institutions. Let's go back to we the people, by the people, for the people, as opposed to we the institution, by the institution, for the institution.
Stop being scared. We have to stand up and do what's necessary to take back, to stop these bankers, this elite, this government full of lies, congressmen full of liars.
As Iraq veterans against the war, we are resisting an occupation we once risked our lives for. We swore to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, but we found out the hard way that the greatest enemies of the Constitution are not to be found in the sands of some far-off land, but rather right here at home. When injustice becomes law, resistance becomes duty. It is time we start meeting oppression with resistance. They cannot stop us. Humanity marches on. The utmost manifestation of love and devotion to America is today, as it always has been, resistance of tyranny. Resist we must, and resist we will. We will not be silent. We will not obey. We will not let our government destroy our humanity. We will not wait another moment in fear to stand up for what we know to be right. It is time we start meeting oppression with resistance.
Northwoods, explain that really quick. This is
1962. The Joint Chiefs of Staff signed a document that was planning on having fake attacks on American civilians and blaming it on the Cubans to get us to go to war with Cuba. They were going to blow up a drone jetliner. They were going to send a jet into the air and blow it up.
Oh my God!
And blame the Cubans for it and get us to go to war with Cuba. Planning on having fake attacks on American civilians.
The time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
I served with Kilo Company, 3rd Battalion, 8th Marines as an automatic machine gunner. There's a term.
I really hate overbearing dramatic music. Stop it.
At the core. I don't work for you no more.
And I'm a Marine. I took an oath to defend the Constitution. The Constitution. I didn't take an oath to defend these banksters And I guarantee you, all you devil dogs out there need to rise up and take over this country and defend the Constitution against these punks. Okay, I'm sick of it too, Alex. You know, I'm a Marine, but I'm sick of this. You know, they're using us and they're sucking us dry, and they are destroying us.
People should not be afraid of their governments. Governments should be afraid of their people.
Councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes.
What? Are you serious? Is anybody serious? Or is everybody just bored out of their mind and they're talking smack? I can't believe what I'm reading right now. All right, I'm reading right here. I'm gonna read it right in front of everybody. This is an American Army general.
Yo, chat room, simmer down. Simmer down now. Simmer down. Quit picking on each other. Come on. You're actually proving everybody else's point that we all can't get along. Just stop it. Stop it. Go set fire to a convenience store if you want to go pick on somebody. I don't know what to tell you. Just cut it out. You want to talk about solutions? Talk about solutions and quit picking on each other. Good grief.
Comes out and says that American forces, meaning all of our armed forces, are at very high risk in war when it comes to either we fight with Russia or if we fight with Turkey. Turkey. You guys can smack me in the face because I meant to say China. Anyway, let's say Turkey too. All right. Ha ha ha. Dumb American. Ho ho ho. Ho. Yeah, well, whatever. People are allowed to make mistakes. So, booyah! Anyway, let's stay on topic here. I can't believe this. I don't know any other generals around the world. Russian, Chinese, Turkish, South African, any country, Canada, you just name it, right? I don't know any general that would just come out and say, we can't, it would be very, very, very hard to win a war against Russia or China, but not both. Ooh. I mean, what the hell is this guy thinking? First of all, let me just run this through. If it's true, you don't say it, all right? You don't say it. You don't say your weakness, okay? Not everybody is American outside of America, okay? They look at things differently, okay? Some countries, you got to be strong, okay? And they won't mess with you. Other countries, they're more diplomatic. At least they pretend they are, okay? And I can name a few, but I won't embarrass them, all right? So why would we say this shit, okay? What does this tell Russia and China? Okay, Russia and China already know that we're having major financial crisis, I guess you could say. All right, Obama and other people are dividing the people up, okay? The communists are trying to subvert everybody and forget about our Constitution and our Bill of Rights and everything else, and trying to divide us every second, trying to take our Second Amendment away. And by the way, let's keep it real, okay, everybody? You can't have a policeman at every corner of the street protecting everybody. You can't have the United States military protecting everybody on every corner. The only thing that America has, other than its police and its armed forces, which most of them are around the country, outside the country, I should say, is what do you got to defend us? What does this country have to defend its people? Oh, shit. People having guns, right? People having guns. So that's the third layer, okay? Let's say you have the military, then you have your police, okay? Then you have the people, okay? And that's why the world won't come and invade us, because pretty much there's 5 to 10 guns per person, okay? And that's why, you know, the communists and other idiots want to take that right away from us, take our guns, okay? And let me just tell you, if you take the guns away from the people, you're still going to have criminals with guns. So I don't buy that argument anyway. So, but to keep it real, anybody can land right in Florida. Anybody can take over the Northeast, okay? Pretty much. The Heartland, Texas, places like that, nobody's going to be able to touch, all right? All the places that took the guns away from the people, New Jersey, New York, California, places like that, if we were ever going to get invaded, those places would fall so friggin' quick, okay? That's why we have nuclear weapons, and that's why we have the Second Amendment, because our founding fathers, 200-300 years ago, 1776 is when we declared our independence. I think we got it around 1780, okay? They knew this shit. They knew this shit, okay? So, anyway, getting back on track here. All right, this general, one of the top Army generals, he testified Wednesday in Capitol Hill that he feels that our people are spread too thin, and then it goes into Islamic State, and then if we had a conflict with North Korea, at the same time we had something going on with Russia and stuff like that. Well, I mean, that's always been the situation. Look, we can't fight everybody at the same damn time, but why would you want to fight everybody at the same time? If the United States wants to fight every country at the same time, then we need to kick the hell out of our politicians and get people in there that have a fucking brain, okay? Americans aren't stupid. And you guys that think we're stupid because you see it like fat people and dumb people, okay, on video and stuff like that, look, people work their asses off, the ones that do have jobs. The ones that have bad jobs, they work 2 to 3 jobs, okay? They're barely making it. So that's why they probably eat junk food, because they can't and they don't get any exercise. So they have no idea and they don't have time to even think. And they don't have time to care about what country you guys are from. Okay, if you guys are from Malaysia and they don't know where Malaysia is, why do they care? They're caring about feeding their family right now and just staying alive, okay? So, and another thing, just because America might be one of the richest country out of all the other countries, it doesn't mean that everybody's rich here, okay? I know most of the people in this country aren't rich, and the top 1% actually owns over 50% of the whole entire wealth of this country. Okay, so just because you live in America, it doesn't mean that you're wealthy. It doesn't even mean that you're making it, okay? You might be better off in your countries, and then when you guys come here and you feel like it's going to be even worse in Europe in some places. You go out to California, you go out to New York, let me tell you something. Nobody has enough money to live out there. Unless, I don't know, unless you're working your asses off, or you got, you know, a Saudi prince as your father or something. So that's pretty much how it goes on like there. Anyway, this is kind of getting long. Anyway, my whole thing is, don't show your weakness. Even, you know, that's stupid. That's stupid. And why are they even calling this guy up, you know, in front of the world anyway? Why are they putting him in? I mean, our military gets over, what, I think $2 trillion a year or something crazy like that. We spend more money than Russia, China, and like all the other top countries combined. We spend more money than they do for our military. So don't get it messed up. If we need to pull another 50 million people and go fight the world, we can do it. But why would we want to? Like I said, I'd rather work with the world because I love the world. I travel the world and I care about the world. And if our politicians start raising that much shit, I think we need to get rid of the politicians before we get into another world war. There you go. If you love this video, hate this video, let me know. If you want to hear this type of stuff or you want to hear something different, let me know. I'll report on anything that interests you and also keeps in my topics, man. History, traveling, culture. Peace, love, and happiness, my brothers. Let me know. Peace.
Now, both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton won big in last night's primaries. The Republican frontrunner suffered one setback in Ohio. Our Washington correspondent Kylie Morris is there now. Kylie.
Well, Kathy, take a look at this place. This is Cleveland, Ohio. I fear that when we come back here for the Republican convention in July, we may all be wearing gas masks. What is so important about what happened here last night is that with John Kasich's win, Donald Trump is now robbed of the possibility to accrue the number of delegates he needs to secure this nomination outright. Instead, it's very likely that the decision will be made on the floor of that convention, potentially with an open vote. So you've got three candidates, Kasich, Trump, and the Texan Senator Ted Cruz, and rumors swirling around of other Republicans like House Speaker Paul Ryan potentially coming into the frame. Now, through all of this, Donald Trump is saying, well, hang on, I'm winning this thing. I'm winning the majority of primaries. I've got way more delegates than anyone else, and this nomination should be mine. Judging by the comments he's made this morning, he's saying, look, if I'm not getting this, I'm taking the party down with me. This Republican race has it all.
Tired.
Товарищ полковник, расчет к проведению пуска готов. Есть провести пуск ракеты. Расчет внимания. Получен приказ на пуск. Расчет внимания. Пуск.
Есть пуск. Есть донесение, пуск начался. Есть донесение, пуск состоялся.
Like me, some of you might be in the final year of your last term, working as hard as you can to get as much done as possible for the folks that you represent. Fixing roads, feeding our children, helping people retrain, appointing judges, the usual stuff.
The treachery here is enormous, ladies and gentlemen. It's so bad that nobody think about it. Did this clip make the 6 o'clock news in your local area? Who out there thinks this joke was funny? How is it funny? It's only funny if it means what we think it means. Then that's evil laughing at us. We see this all the time. Chemtrails are obvious to the naked eye, and yet they're laughing at us. People say they're waking up, but what are they waking up to? They're waking up to biblical evil. That's what people are waking up to.
The underground, known as biohacking, is pushing to advance the human race.
Yeah, these citizen scientists are altering cells, DNA, and hacking themselves by implanting electronic devices to their own bodies.
It may sound either frightening or exciting, or we might all biohack ourselves. Real-life cyborgs are now among us. These citizen scientists are altering cells, DNA, even hacking their own bodies with sights set on the future.
With chemtrails, GMOs, endless wars, pollution, terraforming, transhumanism, people are calling evil good and good evil. It's an upside-down world where two men are plowing each other, where women look like men. A world where the state owns your kid.
I don't know why that's breaking up so bad, so I'm just going to cut it.
After a strong...
But actually, let's look at something. We have looked at mainstream media, blah, 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 blahing about, those extreme people, those extremists that had some guns. Yeah, there's a story somebody wrote one time that I looked at, and he said he took his rifle and set it on the porch, and he left it there overnight, and it killed nobody all by itself. It was still there in the morning. It didn't get up and sleepwalk and kill anybody all by itself. What the hell is everybody so afraid of freaking firearms for? Bunch of pussies. Anyway. Alright, so let's look at the difference between occupations and riots, okay? So let's start. Let's just do a little bit from Ferguson. This comes from the Alex Jones show.
I hope you guys heard that. There was multiple gunshots. There was at least 4 or 5. But it wasn't near us, so we're okay for the moment.
You know what that means? Hit him some more. Hit him some more. Get out there now and report that home. You know what them thumpers mean, don't you? Y'all understand that?
Yeah, it means we're about to get out here in the street.
Run out there next. I bet you won't run out there next.
You need to exit the street immediately and stop throwing objects at law enforcement. Do it now or you will be subject to arrest. Disperse immediately and stop throwing objects at law enforcement. Do it now. You need to disperse immediately. If you are in the middle of the street, you are lawfully assembled, you will be subject to arrest. Do it now.
Man, shit, I'm turning up the damn shit. I ain't gonna do nothing.
If you do not stop throwing objects,
oh, man, come on. Let's stop. Everyone's running. All right, I'm trying to get my gas mask on if you don't mind.
So we got damage to local businesses.
Firing tear gas. I see guys with rubber bullets. I don't know if they've shot anybody with those as of yet. We're in front of the firehouse. So I'm back up here and show you guys this broken window. This is the window that got busted immediately after the Darren Wilson verdict was announced here to the crowd.
So far we have word that there's looting going on. Right now we're on South Florissant Avenue. Also, people are running up the road away from the police.
Looting. Liquor store looted. Business on fire.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead, man. Rock on, be safe.
Clothing, or what is this? What is this?
Is this your store, sir?
Yeah. Cell phone store on fire or looted.
Well, and then tomorrow's just going to be an all-out. You know, today was just like a burning of the town. I mean, look at the distance, man. Everything is on fire. Look at that. I never thought it was going to happen. We're going to come back tomorrow and check it.
All right, so that's Ferguson. Let's go to Baltimore.
Okay.
James drove into the wilderness when a hungry...
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay, that's not LaBoy Fennick. Oh wait, is that Eamon Bundy? No, that's no, that's Special Sparks. His name's probably Clarice or something. I don't know. Oh, ooh, a car on fire. I ain't seen one of them in Oregon. Oh, they put the car out.
Keep an eye on at least a mile. This is where all the activity is going on. Hold on, I have to talk to somebody. I'm on the air, Steve. I'll be with you a sec.
Oh wait, what do you got here? What's going on here? What is this? Wow, that looks like a peaceful protest. Why isn't every single one of these motherfuckers in jail? Why isn't every single one of these motherfuckers in solitary confinement? Well, who would know? Oh, now we're gonna go attack. Oh, pay bills, debit cards, check cashed. Let's loot another local business. Okay. Well, there. Okay, let's go look at. Let's go look at Occupy.
Like if you went to a party and you were like, Jeff, go fuck yourself. I don't want to be friends no more. And everyone can see it, and everyone's like on fire, breaking into buildings. And who destroys a Whole Foods? Who's like so angry they're like, I hate organic food? Some of the protesters justified.
And I'm Ben. And you're watching the Philip DeFranco Show.
Safe. Like an uppity douchebag, his new research shows that 6 to 100 Americans a year will get cancer from x-ray scanners. And that is a little scary. And the people in charge are to move on. We move on yet. The main point, bitches be crazy. Also, for shits and giggles, I'm gonna try and find Jennifer Harris on Facebook, because I think she could use a friend. We definitely recommend watching it. And while there was much, they like so angry they're like, I hate organic food. Some of the protesters justified the defiling of Whole Foods, saying one of the managers there said that he would fire anyone that went to the Occupy movement. To which Whole Foods responded on Twitter, no one said that. We literally said you could get someone to take your place if you want to go to the movement. And then it turned into police had had enough and they started arresting people, throwing tear gas, shooting rubber bullets. But my favorite moment from Occupy Oakland so far, and I think it's just like a beautiful metaphor for this whole situation, was when a man in a Mercedes was so pissed off because people were like, nice Mercedes, asshole, and they were egging him on, floored his car and hit 2 protesters. The police say they investigated the situation and let the driver go, essentially saying there's a difference between pedestrians, who always have the right of way, and angry protesters who might have been aggressive. So good to know, in the city of Oakland, you are allowed to legally manslaughter people with your car if they're mean to you. That's awesome. And if it seems like I'm a little conflicted or almost anti-Occupy movement today, it's because in my travels over the past month, I've gone to some of these movements.
So as you can see, it just never ends. It never ends. Yeah, and what is every problem? Why does everybody have such a huge problem with somebody working their ass off, getting a little head, and making their life a little more comfortable? There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. The only people I see that have a problem with that are lazy fucktards that don't want to do anything, and they want a piece of everybody else's pie. Even if that's just, well, I don't know. You know, I ain't rich. I got less than $1,000 in the bank. I got a whole bunch of food. That you could turn off the grocery store for a long time. I'd be okay. Got a couple $100 worth of silver. That's about it. Got some nice stuff. A whole bunch of computers I really don't need unless I'm doing a radio show on 2 studios and now YouTube. And I got a whole bunch of cats that are, most of them ain't worth shit. Except for this one. What are you doing, Chubbs? Come on, Chubbs. Say hi. Anyway. So, those were all those peaceful protests you see. Now let's go look at the peaceful, let's go look at the violent militant protest in Oregon. All right, so
well, come on over. You're gonna meet him too.
All right, so we wandered up on somebody out there. Wow, look, everything's on fire. It's all on fire!
Yeah.
Oh, wait, it's not. Nothing's on fire. What's wrong here? They should have called Black Lives Matter, damn it.
They've had quite a bit of print media here today, it looks like.
Oh my God, what is this woman doing? Oh my God, she's cleaning up a sidewalk! Oh my God, don't clean up that sidewalk! You're destroying stuff! You're killing Indian artifacts! Don't do that!
I'll trade you jobs.
Oh, well, isn't that nice? Y'all are just so nice and polite and friendly here.
I'm glad you feel that way, because we are nice and polite and friendly.
Well, actually, y'all have been. From Nick at the front gate all the way down to the sidewalk. Who hasn't been?
Listen to that! Listen to that horrible noise in the background! He's attacking a friggin' sidewalk! He's gonna kill that sidewalk!
Mike is on the other end. Would you like to introduce yourself to everyone?
Sure. My name is Melissa.
Melissa, how long have you been here?
Sorry, I didn't mean to make this into a comedy show, but it kinda has to be a comedy show.
Yeah, so.
And so you're not local also?
No, I'm not local. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh, nice area.
Yes, fun
yeah,
area.
lot of lights.
It's kind of funny, I got like 30 emails from guys wanting to know who this woman was and if she would marry them now.
And film in there, would that be a problem?
Move over here where there's a little less noise.
Or anything you want.
I know, get away from that terroristic noise of shovels cleaning up a sidewalk, damn it!
We would like to go inside at some point because it's warmer in there.
It's so pretty out here, and this is what people...
Look at all those buildings are They're burning the buildings down. It's all over now. Those aggressive, terrible militants. They're burning everything down. It's all... Oh, no, it isn't. No, it isn't, is it? Look, she doesn't even have a rocket thrower on her back. What the hell?
Yes, that's correct. I was just shoveling the sidewalks and making sure that people have safe passage into
Oh,
the
no,
building.
she was shoveling the sidewalks. Don't shovel the sidewalks. That is terrorism against sidewalks.
Yes?
It almost looks like she's responding to me, doesn't it?
Right. Well, if you think about it, you know, when you have a public area, everybody else thinks that everybody else is going to clean it up or be in charge of it. But when you actually have responsibility for it, then you take more interest in maintaining it, you know, and we see that in individual property ownership. You go out and you maintain your own yard and you make sure that it's clean and you sweep the sidewalk. But the minute that an overbearing entity comes in and says, now we have control of it, everybody stops caring because they expect the overbearing entity to take control of it and to keep it clean. And it doesn't happen.
You know, but I'm going to pause this a bit. You know, they found a whole bunch of explosives in there, and they're trying to charge them for the explosives that were already there. And all they did was put them in a safe place because they were scattered out in a completely unsafe manner against fire code. Against fire code. Which makes me ask another question. Why did they have explosives there? But anyway...
Uh-oh, you got some competition.
Yeah, actually I was talking to her and you couldn't really hear me, but because I hadn't figured out how to pipe my own video into the YouTube audio itself. It was all a learning curve for me. I'm getting better. I think I got it figured out now for the most part. Also, I stay off of Google Hangouts. That got me in trouble.
No. We just for
They have those issues here in Oregon too.
Yeah, everyone has these issues because, like, here recently, within the last couple of weeks, a gentleman was put in jail for collecting rainwater on his property. an ignorant fallacy.
All right, hold on. Let's go see if we can find the guys who are setting the communications room on fire.
That being said, they're accountable for their own actions. We didn't know the vehicles.
Down there, he'd talk to us. We'd go down there.
I just can't guarantee if he's down there, and it
Yeah.
is quite a hike. So
Yeah.
that's up to you. I'll hike it with you if you want, but it's clear down at the end of the road.
Well, let's go back and see if we can get Ryan first, because I think he might be waiting on us.
Okay.
Uh-oh, they have arrived at the room of the killing floor.
That you encounter your own difficulties trying to do your jobs. So.
Can we step inside where my hands will thaw out?
We can do that.
Should we give them a heads up, or can I surprise them?
Well, just let them know that you're recording.
Hello, everyone. Just to let you know that we are live streaming with Revolution Radio. So y'all can wave. Mike is on the other.
Look at all those horrible people pointing guns at him and stuff. Look at him. Look at him. He's pointing a gun. Oh, no, he ain't.
Oh, Nitehawk.
Oh, no, that was a finger.
No, Nitehawk.
What is that dude? He's pointing something. No, he isn't. Oh, that's right. He's starting a fire. Well, no, he ain't starting a fire. She's starting a fire. No, she ain't starting a fire either. Oh, and do notice, none of the government computers were turned on very clearly.
Helping them to stand up and hold them.
Those that.
Well, I was
you one of
raised
those
in the
food
military.
hoarders too?
They teach us to.
Constitutional legal system that has been given to us, you know, by our founding forefathers. There's no big mysteries there. Is to get to the bottom of things. You can't go near the courthouse. You go to the FBI building, they got it all barricaded up. It's like, come on. We've invited them to come and talk to us. Come on out, Sheriff. And we helped him, we alleviated his fears that he's going to be able to retain those. You know, because whoever's working the land now, you know, has that prior apportionment or preemptive rights. And
So anyway, as you can see, it's all bullshit. Everything that is going on in Oregon is bullshit. They're using an Oregon federal prison or jail or whatever the hell you want to call it is a makeshift Guantanamo. They're keeping people under, as far as I'm concerned, complete and total disregard for their human rights. There are probably murderers, rapists, serial killers sitting in captivity situations with way less government animosity being delivered upon these people that are being held in jail in solitary confinement. It's all quite a lie. It's all quite a bunch of fail. And, you know, the solution is to get out to these protests and scare the shit out of them. And I'm not talking about 8 people alongside a curb in some barely unknown spot. We need to be getting to these federal buildings and start acting like Occupy. Remember how Occupy was? It was all the time. You know, see, the problem is with those patriots and stuff, and the difference between us and Occupy and Ferguson is most of the people on this side of the fence, they either have jobs, they're running farms, they're working. They're working. And paying taxes to fund all these people that aren't doing shit to go out and cause the kind of trouble that we see. You know, I mean, I've told this story before, but we had Occupy Louisville up here. And it was a big news in the story in which, just some dude with a hot dog cart. Just a dude with a hot dog cart working his way in downtown like he does every day. I bought hot dogs from the guy before when we used to play gigs in downtown Louisville. And a bunch of these Occupy kids came up to him and told them, didn't ask him, didn't do anything. He says, we want some hot dogs, and we're not going to pay for them. And he's saying, well, I can't do that. I can't just give you, my food. This is my business. So they restrained him and peed in his hot dog water, in the steamer that he kept his hot dog in. And it put him out of business for 3 days because the whole thing had to be ditched, damaged, and sterilized and all that kind of stuff. And then he could not go down into that area anymore because the next day when he went down there was the exact same thing happening. We have a caller. Please turn off your background noise. I will not be able to hang on to your call if you don't, please. So, this is the kind of bullshit we're looking at across the country. Realize that all the protesters you're seeing out there causing the damage, burning down cities and towns, etc., 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 they're all lazy assholes. They're all on welfare. They're all, burning down stuff. They're looting stuff or whatever. And you can make the argument that there are no jobs. Well, you know what? The government is blamed for that because all of our manufacturing and all of our businesses have left this country. They're not here anymore, and the government has done nothing to stop it. So our entire economy, or almost all of our entire economy, is now based on service and fast food and shoe show and Walmart, which is China-driven, going over and over and over again, all the way down the line. And then all the manufacturing jobs in our country now, all the factories here, they're not American factories. And that economy does not go back into our economy because they pay the workers. They don't allow unions. They pay workers shitty wages. And because they're all Japanese, German, Chinese, etc. Mostly, in my town, we have several factories. They're all Japanese except for one, and that one is German. So anyway, area code 937, you're on there. Who that? Where you at? What's up? What you got to say? Wow. Area code 937, you're on the air. Hello? Dayton, Ohio, you're on the air. Hello? You called me. All right. Okay, so we broke my stride and then didn't answer, damn it. Call in again. Yeah, we didn't have any audio last night. Cat ran over the keyboard. I fell asleep. I didn't know. Jerry's going, he's about to send a posse after me. All right, listen, I'm going to call the caller back and see if we can get him on.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing? This is Nitehawk. I don't know what happened. I lost you completely, and you weren't answering. You just called me. It's Revolution Radio. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing pretty good, but I have real questions about your mental faculties, bud.
Okay,
you
listen.
To see things that don't exist, you're basically full of shit.
Cool, all right.
Hey, I've never heard anybody like you in my life, bro.
I know, it's awesome. I'm unique, aren't I?
No, you're delusional. That's what you are. You're delusional.
Well, hey, here, you want a drink?
I don't drink, brother.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to pour you.
That explains a lot about you.
I was going to pour you an orange juice and let you pull up to the juice bar here.
No, that's fine.
No? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. God, I love trolls. They're awesome. Anyway, bio! Yeah, the rise of the Hindu. Yes, I am unique.
Armed robbery. 18-year-old Michael Brown. On the 8th of August, 2014, an altercation between a black teenager and a white police officer set in motion a new force that helps feed the racial divide within the United States. After a strong armed robbery, 18-year-old Michael Brown, later dubbed the Gentle Giant by the media, attacked and was ultimately killed by police officer Darren Wilson in Ferguson, Missouri. There is now no doubt that Michael Brown was killed in self-defense by Officer Wilson. The grand jury conclusively decided this was the case, and all the evidence confirms that decision. Despite the fact that in 2013, blacks made up 42% of all cop killers whose race was known, most of the media, blinded black leaders, and liberals still try to make the case that the largest problem facing the United States is a racist white police force killing innocent black males for no reason whatsoever. Founder Alicia Garza summed up the philosophy behind Black Lives Matter as basically a mishmash of black power ideology, Marxism, social Darwinism, and unbridled resentment at what they term the hetero-patriarchy of white supremacy. And while they're advocating for the black community, their tactics have been called by some as bordering on terrorism.
Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter.
I'm right here. Hey.
The gist of their grievances is that they believe law-abiding and innocent blacks are being killed by bloodthirsty police, and the idea that African Americans are routinely targeted with unremitting and indiscriminate white violence. Well, with regards to the former, statistics bear out that far more white people than blacks are killed by police in the United States, both proportionately to their population sizes and in real numbers. Thus, reality completely diverges from the narrative that the Black Lives Matter movement is attempting to paint. With regards to the epidemic of white-on-black violence plaguing African American communities throughout the U.S., there's an easy and concrete manner in which to judge this assertion. Before I continue, I'd like to stress that this is an open and frank discussion on the topic of Black Lives Matter, their assertions, and criminality. Regardless of a person's general feelings toward other groups, most honest people realize that individuals and groups are different and that all people should be judged on their individual merit. Thus, as we go forward, we'll now be speaking of statistics, not individuals. According to the 2010 National Crime and Victimization Survey, there were 62,593 blacks that were victims of white crime, while there were 320,082 whites that were victims of black violence. Using these numbers, it's clear that African Americans commit 5 times more violent crimes in absolute numbers against whites than whites do against blacks. But these figures are misleading because the population of whites and blacks are not the same in the U.S. There are 197 million non-Hispanic whites in the U.S., making up 63% of the population, while there are 38 million blacks who make up 12.6% of the population. What this means is that when adjusted for population size, blacks commit 25 times more violent assaults than whites do against blacks. And when it comes to a specific kind of assault, aggravated assault, the rate for black crime against whites is 200 times higher than it is for whites against blacks. So is there an epidemic of racial violence with whites targeting African Americans, such as the narrative that is peddled by Black Lives Matter? I don't know. What do you think?
Execute a warrant for an arrest for a very, very bad guy. When they came to get him, instead of going peacefully, having his day in court, he decides to pull out another stolen gun, shoot at the police. Police shot back. and he was killed. Within the same time frame, news broke out about a 9-year-old girl in Ferguson died in a drive-by shooting in her room doing her homework. She dies by a stray bullet to the chest. Last night, who do you think they protested for? The thug, the criminal, because they're hollering police brutality. Are you fucking kidding me? Police brutality? How about black brutality? You black people, my black people, you are the fucking most violent motherfuckers I have ever seen in my life. A little girl is dead. You say Black Lives Matter? Her life mattered. Her dreams mattered. Her future mattered. Her promises mattered. It mattered.
The sane voices of people like Peggy Hubbard, rather than the bamboozled and cancerous Black Lives Matter activists, need to be heard. The absolute atrocious rates of not only black-on-white crime, but black-on-black crime in the U.S. are well known, as is the tacit social agreement not to explore the implications of these phenomena. It's fervently argued that the gross overrepresentation of African Americans in all varieties of crime, but also specifically violent crime, reflect the terrible legacy of slavery and racial discrimination suffered by African Americans up to and until the 1960s. No one can debate the dehumanizing nature of chattel slavery or the social costs borne by the black community because of institutional discrimination. However, the argument that the atrocious levels of criminality that are manifest in the African American community and that plague the contemporary United States can be directly linked to the legacy of slavery and or segregation does not explain why these same patterns occur across the world wherever you find the concentration of a black diaspora. These same problems with regards to criminality and high unemployment are replicated across the planet. In the UK, approximately 50% of young black men are unemployed. And just like in the US, black males, despite being only a fraction of the population, are responsible for the majority of violent crime. Including those of mixed black and white parentage as well, black males make up approximately 6% of the population of London, but are responsible for more than 2/3 of the shootings and more than half of the robberies and street crimes, according to figures released by Scotland Yard. In addition, 67% of those apprehended for gun crimes were black. Among those proceeded against for street crimes, including muggings, assault with intent to rob, and snatching property, 54% were black males. On sex offenses, black men made up 32% of all male suspects. Of course, the police in the UK are also accused of uncontrolled racism, and that these figures are the result of unmitigated bigotry. But when a disproportionate number of victims also identify their attackers as black males, it's not easy to see what the Metropolitan Police can do to investigate those crimes without being criticized for being disproportionately targeting black men. Over in Canada, information and statistics of the kind found in both the UK and the US are toxic to the utopian multicultural narrative that both the Canadian establishment and media self-imbibe and then trumpet to the world. So, they actively suppress the statistics and hide uncomfortable truths, as Canada is a country that would rather pour liters of lemon juice into 1,000 paper cuts than talk about crime and race in the same sentence. 1989 was the last year that Canada's largest city, Toronto, released statistics on crime and race. They showed that black people were grossly overrepresented in the commission of crimes. While comprising just 6% of the population of the area at the time, black people accounted for 82% of robberies and muggings, 55% of purse snatching, and 51% of drug offenses in the previous year. After black activist groups and social agencies condemned the publishing of crime statistics and what they viewed were existing prejudices against black people, the municipality banned the compilation of racial crime statistics. But the thing is, none of these other countries ever had black chattel slavery, nor any institutional racism. In fact, all of the black people, both in the UK and Canada, have immigrated by their own choice, and most beginning in the 1960s and 1970s. But the phenomena of the widespread and the overrepresentation of blacks in violent crime is an understood, if unspoken, societal consensus in all of these countries. I can almost guarantee that none of you listening to my voice have ever heard the names Keith Passmore, Kyla Story, Mercedes Blair, all of whom, like hundreds of others, were white persons murdered by African Americans in 2014. And I also suspect you cannot even name a single black person murdered by another black person in 2014. But in 2014, if one judged by media coverage, Michael Brown, who was shot and killed whilst attacking a police officer, was the only person to lose his life that year. This brings me to the genesis of this video, in that I was sent a story of a former Marine that became famous during the 2004 Battle of Fallujah in Iraq, and he was set upon by a group of African Americans while he patronized a local McDonald's. He was asked several times whether he supported the Black Lives Matter movement, and when he didn't respond, the group set upon him, beating him unconscious and robbing him. Now, why bring up this isolated case? Well, for such a prominent war hero in a nation that admires those that serve, the lack of any kind of national attention other than Fox News is glaring. It was picked up only by the Marine Corps Times and a few local newspapers. So why this lack of attention by the media? Well, it's a combination of many things, from the liberal bias that pervades the industry to the strict adherence to the politically correct narrative. And unfortunately, it also comes down to the racism of lower expectations. Dog bites man. Well, okay, it happens. Man bites dog. Well, this demands attention. Facebook is a good example of this. When a white person is victim of black violence, it's almost expected and thus very easily dismissed. Even murders rarely grab people's attention enough to keep them from posting about themselves. But when a white attacks a black person, it gets a lot more attention because it's so rare. Or man bites dog. In the year prior to Michael Brown's death, there were 2,491 black males murdered in the United States, with 2,245 of those murders carried out by fellow blacks. Finding a legitimate story of violent black victimization at the hands of whites is statistically very, very difficult to find. So, when the media can't find a white villain, they create him in the person of a half-Hispanic neighborhood watchman. George Zimmerman is an overweight Hispanic man who came to prominence, or, if you like, infamy, not because of what he did, but because of who he was. When the media caught wind of the story, it blew it up into a nation-dividing wedge issue, portraying portly Hispanic Zimmerman as a racist white man looking to satiate his bloodlust on his unfortunate victim, the helpless child Trayvon Martin. But when there wasn't much to the story, the media took it upon themselves to create one. The media even went as far as editing 911 calls, lightening Zimmerman's skin in photos, and using child photos of Martin to crucify their newly created racist white miscreant. And during the 503 days between the Trayvon Martin shooting and the Zimmerman verdict, 3,224 blacks were killed by other blacks. Name one. Most are no longer buying into the narrative spun by Black Lives Matter activists because people are getting tired of the never-ending racial conflict in the United States and just want others to take responsibility for their actions and life choices. For God's sakes, there's even a new pejorative that's caught on that ridicules African American criminals and their families, and it has nothing to do with race and everything to do with not taking responsibility for one's actions. When George Zimmerman was acquitted in the shooting death of Trayvon Martin, And when police officer Darren Wilson was cleared of any wrongdoing in the death of Michael Brown, the media spent its time pontificating and racially baiting both white and black Americans, and wanted to discuss anything other than the astronomical black crime rates that lead many to be wary and apprehensive of young black males. Gun control, black unemployment, racial profiling, racism in policing, racism in the criminal justice system, systemic poverty, stand your ground laws. Anything but the very real and massive crime that is disproportionately coming out of the African American community as a whole, and has so for the past half-century. And no real, frank, and open discussion on race, criminality, and policing can ever take place without first acknowledging this patent and indisputable fact. The dramatic rise of black crime did not happen during the times of Jim Crow and segregation, but during the aftermath of the civil rights movement. Black crime did not reach its zenith in the segregated environment of the South, but in the more developed North. The cities in the U.S. with the most black crime, Detroit, Baltimore, New Orleans, are all headed by blacks. Their mayors, their police chiefs, their district attorneys are almost all black. Blacks are not killing other blacks because of gun or drug laws. They're not the victims of a racist criminal justice system that's at odds with them. It's primarily a cultural problem, and the manifestation of unrelenting criminality is also most likely due to the destruction of the black family and the untold damage that fatherlessness has had on the black community. All of this is tragic to not only African Americans, but all Americans. Groups like Black Lives Matter, along with the media, continually try to obfuscate the reality of the cultural breakdown within much of the African American community. Then how can the U.S. even begin to try to repair something that nobody wants to speak about honestly? The cognitive dissonance of the Black Lives Matter movement has taken on galactic proportions. Whites are, by astronomical margins, the victims of violent black crime, rather than vice versa. Statistics show that ridiculous notions, such as those that are peddled by the Black Lives Matter movement, to be patently false. The United States is a country awash in poverty and guns and drugs and crime, and let's face it, it's very dangerous in some places. If black lives really do matter and you don't want to be killed by the police, don't commit crime. Don't attack police officers. Don't point weapons at police officers or other people. Obey lawful instructions. Keep your interactions respectful. Yes, sir, and no, sir will help you greatly. You just have to behave like a civilized person, and that goes for all races. And you'll not have any problems with the police. Many voted for Barack Obama hoping that he, the son of a Kenyan father and American mother, might have been able to heal the racial divide that has always existed in the United States. But sadly, it would appear that he has not only not helped to improve the situation, but he's made it even worse. He's been a divider in chief. As the President of the United States, he continually reinforces black identity and black pride. His statements that if he had had a son, he would have looked like Trayvon Martin, totally inserted himself into a racial minefield and clearly showed racial solidarity rather than impartiality and a rush to judgment. The only time whites are identified by Obama as a group or as having any kind of shared interests is when those same categories are negative. White privilege, white guilt, colonialism, racism, slavery, and their impending demographic minority status. I do not deny that black identity was forged in the furnace of oppression and struggle, nor can I deny that from the days of slavery all the way to the civil rights struggles of the 1960s, blacks have had more than their fair share of obstacles to overcome and barriers to break through. Issues that affect all shouldn't be off limits to discussion. Ferguson, just a couple of decades ago, used to be a very nice place to raise families, and then it became what it is today. Fixing the rot in the African American community should be a national priority for all Americans, as its dysfunction spills out upon all others and ultimately drives all others away, leaving the husks of formerly great cities to rot. It's a wash, rinse, repeat cycle that the US is trapped in. By stating the statistical facts as well as raising questions, we're on ground that for many would be too socially unstable to tread, because it bucks the tacit social agreement to not even discuss the subject. But this box wasn't opened by Pandora, but by the ludicrous movement Black Lives Matter. Maybe it'd be better to just pretend away, as the US has done for decades, as it's much easier than actually having to face the enormity of the problem. As the repercussions and the potential solutions to this problem may not only be terrifying, but socially seismic. If this kind of material resonates with you, please subscribe. And as this is a pretty loaded topic, and while I don't police the comments section, let's try to keep a modicum of civilized discourse, okay? Thanks everyone, and be well.
This is Gina Hardin with Liberty Grows, and I want to tell you about this great book, The Apple and the Arrow by Marion Conrad Buff. Apple and the Arrow is a legendary tale of William Tell, and it's such an inspiring, incredible story about fighting and resisting tyranny. I encourage you to pick up this book and read it with your children. I'm currently teaching it to my son and daughter who are in 4th grade. And it's just such a valuable lesson. We just recently celebrated Martin Luther King holiday, and what an incredible blessing the civil rights movement and Dr. King was to our nation in resisting tyranny, in that case through nonviolence. And it's just a great story that we all need to be reminded about, especially with the lawlessness we're seeing in our government today. So I encourage you to teach your children that it's okay to disobey unjust laws. And if you like this video, please share it with your friends and subscribe to join me next time right here.
There is tremendous pressure inside the political process to make sure that the voters stay aligned inside either the Democrat or Republican parties. Why? Because both of those parties have been captured by special interests. And those special interests are, quite frankly, the antithesis of the interests of the people. And so therefore, for example, if people in the United States care about education, but unfortunately there's a banker that gets in between the student and the student's ability to go to school. If they care about health care, there's the insurance industry that gets in between the provide care. And so we have all of these special interests that have positioned themselves in between the political decision makers and the people themselves. The process now is more responsive to those special interests than it is to the values and the wishes of the American people. When I first went to Congress, I did not go to Congress to pay particular attention to any area outside of the black community that I represented that was in need, and of course U.S. Africa policy, which was abhorrent and unfortunately still is. But what I ran into, I bumped into at almost every turn were these special interests. And there's no more special interest that has any more influence than the pro-Israel lobby. And so then when I did outreach, for example, to the Muslim community in the United States, I bumped into the pro-Israel lobby, which of course does not want to have to contend with a politicized Muslim community, which is as large as and is as wealthy as the pro-Israel lobby is in the United States. So yes, I first-handedly and also frontally was assaulted by the presence of the pro-Israel lobby to such an extent.
Physically assaulted?
Well, politically assaulted,
okay,
to such an extent that my father had to ask the question publicly, what does Stone Mountain, Georgia have to do with Israel? What I was doing was servicing the needs of my constituents. And I was not allowed to do that because I did not toe the line on U.S. policy for Israel.
What line is that they wanted? Were you told directly that you had to toe a line, or explain that to me?
Well, every candidate for Congress at that time had a pledge. They were given a pledge to sign. And I was new on the scene. And so the pledge had Jerusalem as the capital city, the military superiority of Israel.
American Congress people have to sign this pledge.
Yes, you sign the pledge. If you don't sign the pledge, you don't get money. So, for example, it was almost like water torture for me. My parents observed this. I would get a call, and the person on the other end of the phone would say, I want to do a fundraiser for you. And then we would get into the planning. I would get really excited because, of course, you have to have money in order to run a campaign. And then 2 weeks, 3 weeks into the planning, they would say, did you sign the pledge? And then I would say, no, I didn't sign the pledge. And then my fundraiser would go kaput. I made it public. This probably nobody had said anything about it. But I made it public, and then, you know, the excuse was, well, you know, those were just overzealous advocates for Israel. So then the tactic changed. And but this is what is done for 535 members of the United States Congress. 100 senators, 435 members of the House of Representatives have to now write a paragraph, which basically says the same thing. So it's not a pledge, but it's a paragraph, and you post it, and, you know, there are these forums you have to go to at the synagogues or whatever. And then, you know, if you don't perform appropriately, then you don't get money to run your campaign. The problem is that it requires an awful lot of money to run a campaign. And whether it's a woman's organization, an environmental organization, people can read about this on the internet if they're interested. If you go to thomas.loc.gov, that is the official United States Congress website. And if you put in the name Gus Savage, because Gus Savage was a black member of Congress who was targeted by the pro-Israel lobby. And he had the foresight to use his position as an incumbent in the House of Representatives to put his experience on the congressional record. For the entire existence of the United States Congress now, people will be able to access his experience. And what he wrote was that it was the Garden Club of New Jersey that gave his opponent $5,000. But it wasn't really the Garden Club of New Jersey. It was the activists who were associated with AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Well, the district that I initially represented in Congress, I represented so many districts because redistricting was a tool that was used to target me, to eliminate me from the Congress. But the district that initially sent me there was a district that was comprised of rural blacks in the black belt of Georgia. These are people who have not had access to equal opportunity at all. The district was challenged in the Supreme Court. And with the assistance of the Anti-Defamation League, the district was dismantled. It generally takes about $250,000 minimum to take a case from filing up to the Supreme Court. And the people who filed the lawsuit to dismantle, they challenged my ability to represent the people of that particular district.
Who were these people?
Well, actually, interestingly, there were 5 white citizens, one of whom had been the white male candidate that I defeated in the Democratic primary. And they were aided and abetted by the Anti-Defamation League. And when the case arrived at the Supreme Court, interestingly, on the same day as an environmental case, the spotted owl case, the Supreme Court decided that the habitat for the spotted owl should be protected, but that the black voters in that district could have no protection. And so the district was dismantled. Well, I have, because of the notoriety about me telling my story, and then, of course, the public positions that I've taken supporting the human rights aspirations, the legitimate rights and the aspirations of the Palestinian people, I have a target on my forehead. And that then means that every means that is available to the pro-Israel lobby will be utilized to make sure that I do not ever occupy a position of authority. Now, fortunately for me, there is a very large peace community that is interested in change. And they would like to have a tested, experienced voice representing them in that very hall of Congress so that they can at least have their voices heard, even if they can't change the policy. But being there is the first step to having the policy changed.
Now, I have no idea if this is like copyrighted music or not, so. I'm just gonna bring the audio way down. Yeah, and while we're kind of discussing this, there's some stuff we're talking about in the chat room about, you know, the food and all that. You know, my personal solution has always been not to feed the beast. You know, I either grow, barter, or work my own food. You know, we go to the grocery now and again. We really don't buy much from the grocery other than, you know, the staples. Especially in the winter, you know, milk, bread, eggs, or whatever. I don't have chickens. One of the reasons I don't have chickens is that went badly. I have a chocolate lab. Chicken seems to be a chocolate lab's natural enemy. She killed every damn chicken immediately. They were all dead, and she wouldn't stop until they were all dead. You know, she's a bird dog. That's what she does. She didn't eat them. She brought them to us. She thought that was her job, and no matter how hard I tried, and I wasn't going to punish the dog for doing what the dog was naturally bred and born to do. So we just said, hell with the chickens for now. But, you know, we know chicken farmers. We know, you know, my sister-in-law is a cattle rancher. You know, so, you know, that it's really no big deal. And everywhere you run up and down the road around here, somebody's got eggs for sale, cheap. You know, and eggs were reaching $4 a dozen over you know, last year over the summer. You know, we could still get eggs around here for, you know, $1 a dozen. I work with Mennonite and Amish farmers back and forth. You know, we all kind of discuss, you know, what are you going to grow and what are we going to grow? And we'll trade this stuff around, and what we can't trade around, we take, there's this auction that we go to, and you can put your stuff in the auction and sell it. And, last year there was a shortage on, different types of peppers, and some people like hot peppers. So this year I'm just going to grow jalapenos, serranos, these things called Christmas bush peppers. All the hot peppers is what I'm going to grow, because the only thing they had was bell peppers down there last year, and very few jalapenos. So, that works for me, and I can go down there and, sell my stuff, and then I buy their stuff, and then I also run a produce booth selling stuff to people that don't want to grow a garden. Basically, I put up about 2 years worth of vegetables. We canned it up. About 2 years worth of our own consumption of vegetables last year. And what it cost me was I made $7,000, because what we would do is can everything I couldn't sell, and we were selling pretty fast, and I made about $7 grand selling vegetables. And the stuff that went bad, that was getting to the point, I didn't want to keep it on my display for people to buy. We would can it up and put it on the shelf. And so I made $7 grand and ended up with 2 years worth of food. I mean, it's going to take 2 years for us to get through the green beans and the tomatoes and the jellies and the jams and the beans and this bean and that bean and the peppers and the pickles and all that kind of stuff. Honestly, I got to calm it down a little this year, because of, I don't want it all going that bad. I'm thinking about getting a little shed, because the big problem last year is I was doing it on my front porch, and although I would cover it up at night, it's just the extremes in heat and cold was making the vegetables go bad faster than they would have actually had to. So I'm thinking about getting one of those pre-made shed things and having it put in, putting a solar panel on the top, putting a window air conditioner on it, maybe a little, so I could take the stuff in at night, out of the elements, and plus get them away from my cats, because we have our own animals here at the house, just pets, but we also feed the ferals, and we have a lot of feral cats around here. You can't touch them, but we all love animals here, and I just so we feed them, and whenever we can trap one, we go get it fixed if we can, but it's really hard to trap. These feral cats are smart as hell. I don't know if anybody's ever dealt with a feral cat. They're smart, and they will not walk into a trap unless you get them to where they feel safe with you, and then put a can of food in there, and then they all anyway, long story beyond that. So, that's always been, I do, people were talking about solutions. Okay, well, I started, people were talking about solutions, and I started a radio station over at freedomslips.com. YouTube is not the only thing I do. It's never been the only thing I do, and I've been doing Revolution Radio for 5 years. We literally have 90-something hosts. We're on 2 completely separate studios, and it runs 24/7. It's not video, but it is audio. If you go over to freedomslips.com, you can see the link there. We also have a chat room over there that is a little better controlled than the YouTube chat room, where we just don't put up with a whole bunch of crap. You don't have to actually register or put in your name or any real information, but I do have people over there that take really good care of that chat room. But I've been doing that for 5 years. This YouTube thing is new for me. I mean, I'm still fumbling my way through the dark with some of this stuff. Still learning all the clicks on YouTube. Clearly, I stumbled into a click the other night that got me in trouble. I'll never do that again. But you're welcome to go over there and take a look. You know, we talk about everything: politics, UFOs, Planet X. I don't know. We got psychics. We got everything. Everything is over there. And if you're interested in actually being a talk show host, we'll take anybody as long as we got an open spot. As long as you're not an idiot, or you just, well, you know, who knows who an idiot is, but I mean, as long as you're not just, we look for serious people that have a serious message, and we will give you airtime. All the time. We never turn anybody down, even if I don't agree with you, because I got a lot of shows on my network that I listen to them and I go, oh my God, really? Seriously? Are they really saying this? You know, but you know, it's, you know, I'm not here to stifle the truth, or at least on the station. And I'm not here on YouTube to stifle the truth, but you know, I only have here on my YouTube. I'm only here to do one thing, and you know, support the cause of the patriots and freedom, politics, all that kind of stuff is what I do here. This is my thing. Has nothing to do with the station on its own independent level. Anyway, and then the other things that you can do when we were talking about solutions is maybe get involved. You know, I made a website that is on it. There's no advertisements on it. There's no donation buttons on it. There's nothing there except for get involved. OperationAmericanSpring.us. Go over there and join the forum and help us out. You know, you got some news, go post some news. You got, you know, where a rally's going to happen, put the rally in there and get us there so people can get there. You know, if nobody knows what's going on, nothing the hell is going to happen. So, you know, participation is extremely important. So, you know, as you can see, I'm completely delusional. Completely delusional. And I'm going to hop on my unicorn steed and head on to the next video.
Jade Helm 16, UWEX, is now rehearsing for Civil War. Dave Hodges, The Common Sense Show. To those with an untrained eye, Jade Helm 16, or Unconventional Warfare 16 Exercise 16, does not seem to represent anything that we should be concerned about, as it is only a repeat of its predecessor, Jade Helm 15, which, if we really analyze Jade Helm 15, we know exactly what was going on. We had monstrous military movements. We had government cover-ups about what was really going on. We had the state of Texas, the governors, actually get involved. We had predictive programming technology, not predictive programming, predictive technology taking place. If you don't know what that is, basically it's where a script is run on a computer, and that computer, or the machine, tries to predict a combatant's movements before they make them. That's what Jade Helm was really all about. It was testing technology, mixing with warfare, and as we can all see here, another round of it is not good, because it's one step closer to martial law. Dissident extraction conducted by special forces, martial law enforcement, and the mass will be operating on privately owned properties in the county and at Camp Swift. Unconfirmed reports are circulating that the U.S. government made cash payments to the owners of the land, which allow them to train on private property. The rumors are hard not to believe, because I reported last spring that each county who participated in Jade Helm 15 was paid a fee of $150,000. Bastrop County Judge Paul Pate told the press he is in full support of the next phase of military operation. This particular Bastrop County judge and traitor to his own community, Paul Pate, told the media that he is in full support of the next phase of Jade Helm military operations. Gee, Judge, if Jade Helm is also great, then why do you only and the county commissioners know the details? So we've got Jade Helm 16 coming to light yet again. I say yet again because last year was Jade Helm 15. What people are forgetting to mention in all of this is that they're looking for the big event. But most times, over the course of history and looking at past events, something of the magnitude of martial law is not just going to happen with one event. It's not just going to be, oh, the military is now going to do it. They're going to do it over consecutive years until the people are so brainwashed that, oh, the military is around. Who cares? Yet, it would go from that point, then they would be in encampments, then they would be under martial law and so on and so forth. But it's not, it doesn't have to be this big, monstrous event. It can be something that's taking place over a period of time, and again, over time, there it is. The emergence of martial law. These secret military operations, they've gone on for a long time. And they will continue to go on. Jade Helm made headlines all across the country last year because they were calling states hostile. Because they were attempting to plan a takeover. This is part 2 of that. Who knows what part 3 of that will be too. That could be the actual event of martial law. I mean, there's no telling to it. There's no definitive timeline of it. But what we do know is it's going on now. The emergence of martial law. The emergence of the big police state that we've all been reporting on. Okay, so as we close out this report, I want to mention something to you guys, especially on YouTube and Spreaker. When you're listening to or watching these videos or listening to this audio, and you want to go check out the source link for what we were talking about so you can do more research on it, we've incorporated this into our website here. So if you go to the news tab, obviously it'll say freedomfightertimes.com/news as the source link in the description box. And when you click on that, you're going to get to a page like this. It's intermingled with a lot of our reports, but as you can see, I mean, this is a report we just covered today. If I open this in a new tab, it's not going to take you to some other aspect of our website. It's going to take you to the actual report. So that way, it's easier for us to get it out to everybody, but make sure you check out this page quite often because a lot of these are our reports, but there are some of them that aren't, especially the ones that we're using for the YouTube videos. So with that, I want to thank you guys for watching and listening. God bless and carry on.
Alright, somebody sent me this video. I'm going to go ahead and run it. I have no idea what is said in here or what this means or anything else. So I'm going to go ahead and run it. It's 5 minutes. I'm pretty much out. I'm really frustrated. I've been waiting for this. Jason had we had a Michelle Fiore interview earlier today, and it's like we're in hour 10 of edit and then render. So anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and run this and see what this says. If somebody's leading me down some kind of primrose path, I'm going to get really pissed. Because I usually don't run videos sight unseen.
You guys are not going to believe this. Oh, I've been laughing so hard this morning, my sides are aching. Oh, this is so funny. This is Mary Brown's reply to someone that had mirrored my video about the comment she made about setting people up. Oh, you guys gotta see this. This is her comment from Mary Brown. Oh, and she makes sure she's got her picture of her little assault rifle there. itty bitty rifle. She says, you directly attack me. Guess what? I return the favor. You are a moron taking one line out of context. I was talking about setting up the feds, who are the ones behind this. But you are too fucking stupid to know that. Too, T.O. Now kiss my ass and fuck off, troll. Oh, all of these people just are so stupid. She posts that she's... Oh, we misunderstood her. Took my comments out of context. Just like Pete Santilli's comments are taken out of context. I was talking about setting up the feds.
Who the hell is this? Whatever. Why would somebody send me this? I don't care. This is somebody else's drama. Got nothing to do with me. Sorry, I'm not going to run it. Don't care. And that one, and whoever the hell that one was, sounded like she had 32 too many drinks or some kind of shit. Anyway, I don't know what this is. This just came out. But at least with Alex Jones, well...
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex...
At least with Alex Jones, we're pretty sure it's, well, we don't know what we're sure about, but, you know, we can always be sure that with Alex Jones, we're not quite sure what the hell's going on with Alex Jones. At least we can stick to that, and he's not going to be some kind of hysterical, giggling woman talking about a comment on YouTube. I don't know who sent me that. Why did you send me that? Because that has nothing to do with me. Area code 706, you're on the air.
We're pretty sure it's,
Area code 706, you're on the air. Who that, where you at before I start this next clip?
I'm in the northern part of Georgia, USA.
How you doing in Georgia?
It's wonderful. It's been nice up here. We haven't had any snow for a few weeks, but nobody's putting in any crops because we'll get snow before April.
Yeah, we're waiting for a cold snap up here too. That we got one coming this weekend. You know, everybody's jumping the gun here, wanting to plant stuff because it's been warm. I mean, we had an 80-degree day last week, but we're going to have 32, and it's going to be spitting snow this coming Monday. So, you know, everybody's... yeah, I understand. I got spring. We all have spring fever. Anybody that's got farmer blood. So
Was raised on a farm in western Colorado. I know what you mean. Got to get it in the ground so we can eat.
There you go. So anyway, what you got to say, man?
You have a very nice show. I'm somewhat interested in exactly what everybody is talking about, and why there isn't enough more cohesion instead of diversity is coming from an outside. I'm in the magazine business, and I think that we have a major situation here coming up with the government that has been blatant in our face, saying here we come, and I don't think enough people are taking it seriously.
Hey, can you do...
Can I what? Computer's muted and I'm on a headset.
No, I said, okay, I think your mic's a little too close.
Oh, okay. How's that? That better?
Oh, man, that is amazing. Now I can understand you. You were really distorted before. Okay, say that again, please.
I'm in the magazine business, coming from the outside and looking at the various channels that get bounced around in here, especially ever since our friend LaVoy was assassinated. I see that there's a lot of sniping going on that I don't think is necessary. We should all we're all in the same boat, so we should all pick up an oar together and roll forward. Of course, that's my humble opinion.
Well, yeah, I must agree, and I've been trying to do that. And I've done that with several networks, but, whatever. I'm not going to do the drama anymore of what happened the other night. I made the mistake of climbing out of my own camp and trying to join some stuff up, and due to technical issues, somebody tried to burn me to the ground for absolutely no reason, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I saw that, but most people, well, of course I'm in the business, but most people should understand that doing a live show, especially when the folks that followed us from Burns to your show, to every other show on there, they're still burning down the lines. When anything gets interesting, they're just going to pull a plug on you or stingray you and it's over.
Exactly, and that's why I've decided to just stay in my own box. Because when I stay in my own box, I don't get in trouble. I don't have to deal with anybody else's technical issues or anything else or whatever. So, and I allow all opinions here. I have mods that get mad because I say, don't ban the trolls, just let them go, because they're just, honestly, the trolls do nothing but prove themselves anyway, and if you don't engage them, if you don't engage these people, they'll just go away because they get bored. They come over here to start an argument and people fall into it. Just don't do it. I had a troll call in earlier. And I think I messed his head up because I poured him a drink and said, come on, my trusty stallion, let's right in, aren't we?
Excellent. Excellent. Whoops, feedback.
So anyway, yeah, it's like, if anybody's going to get together, I don't think it's going to happen on YouTube. Honestly, it needs to happen across America. Remember that thing that happened? Remember the thing back in the 80s, Hands Across America, way before the internet?
And I was part of that when I was living in LA.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, how do we do that again? That kind of thing again. That was such a successful campaign. Live Aid, such a successful campaign, and all this stuff happened without the internet. And I think all this stuff happened without the internet because personal hurt feelings didn't get involved on a personal basis across the board. And go ahead.
That's the exact point. You need to leave the ego at home.
Right. And then, I get people, they want me, you would not believe how many people want me to get involved into arguments with people at other channels that, I have no interest of. I don't care. I'll go out and look at the channel. They got 200 freaking subs. Hell, I don't even have very many subscribers. I got 3,000 subscribers. That's not very many people. There's like 7 billion people on this planet. I have no outreach. I know that. Until I have 30,000, 100,000, 200,000, a million people actually paying any attention, I have no outreach. I'm doing nothing. What I'm doing is for myself. So, that's the important thing. People forget the population of this planet or even this country. And, outreach seems to be the point. And, having a couple hundred YouTube subscribers, that means you got a cult. Having 3,000 YouTube subscribers, that means you got a cult and a bunch of people that just want to see what the drama of the day is. Honestly, if we're going to get any of this done, we got to get a hell of a lot more busier than we're getting now. I keep saying it's all fine to be awake. You got to get out of bed and do something. So, share videos, get busy, talk to people, get subs, bring subs to this channel, other channel. Mike Sorer's doing a good job. Get some subs to his channel. All this kind of stuff. That is such a... let's see, Chaos Archive. He does a really good show. Has really good points. Help him get subs. And, if we can't get people to pay attention, we're not going to get anywhere, honestly. What the hell
I had...
Go ahead.
One of the problems I had finding your show tonight is there's like 15 other Revolution radios out there. How did that happen?
Well, yeah, they keep doing it. And, and I've watched that several more keep popping up every day.
Wish we had a central place of where there was a listing of the shows and the supportive groups and the people that you could just dial into and say, okay, Hawk's on at X time for X amount, and then the next one, then the next one, then the next one.
Yeah, I've been here. I've been here.
Put that together, put it on your Facebook.
Yeah, actually, we've been here every day, but the actual channel name is Weaponized Talk Radio. All one word.
Oh. Okay.
The station says Revolution Radio, and it has that thing, but the actual channel name is Weaponized Talk Radio. And it's all one word, and that's the best way to search it, and it'll always bring you right over here to the channel.
All right, bookmark. We'll put that one out there.
And I also suggest you go over to Revolution Radio per se, as in freedomslips.com, and listen over there. I also have my own channel over there called Hawk's Nest. I'm on there on Sunday. Sometimes I'm just doing music. Every now and then, I just got to go, oh my God, I've had enough of this. I just need to hear some loud noises.
Well, I can agree with you there. Are you familiar with Anon's Humanity Party? I sent you a link.
Not particularly. Educate me, please.
You really need to take a look at this. Okay, we put a lot of work into it. It's the idea that what we're talking about, togetherness, but we have a platform. Go take a look at that, and let's say, I'm happy to do a show on that at any time. Okay.
All right. Up there in my video, you will see I have my email address there, and you can email me there at any time and throw me links, information, and news, because that's why it's there, and that email address does nothing but follow that kind of stuff. I got 35 email addresses, but that's what that one is for.
That's freedomslips.com/support HCN.
No, at the top it says got info Nitehawk at freedomslips.com.
Oh, at the top. So what's the other one here?
That's just if you want to support, our channel. We send, whenever anything's going on, we send reporters out to cover it, and which costs me, a lot of money. I spent $3,000 on a couple of people, getting them to Oregon and Utah and all that kind of stuff. That's what that's for. The support link is to help cover those costs, because a hotel room is $80 a night, gas money to send them hundreds of miles, and then I pay them by the hour of video. So it's not like I got people out there working for free. They're so you see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. I actually work with Vince Londoom over at Disaster Survival Network, and we have a newspaper that is updated twice a day. I'll send you that link on there, and maybe we can share information. I'm together. All right, that's cool. I'm trying to build bridges, okay?
That's cool. Actually, what is the link to your magazine, please?
Disaster Survival Network. Let's see. Oh, I can't post here. I'm one of the few places I can't post.
Anybody that's in chat is also listening, so just go ahead and say it, and if it's you have to spell it out.
Let's see here. I can cheat and put it in the chat room. DisasterSurvivalNetwork.com, folks. Okay, and then you can get into the newspaper, etc. Let's see if this works. There you go. See, I don't need a wrench.
There you go. And
okay, so we have a radio show, we have a video show, we have the digital magazines we've been doing every 2 months for 7 issues, and now we're going into our 8th issue, which will be the debut print magazine that talks about all of these things at the Atlanta Prepper Show, which will be the April 23rd and 24th.
Well, let me ask you a question. I have a couple of very good slots opened up over on my radio network. Are you interested in doing a weekly show? Because I'll give you one right off the bat, and you just got to go through a few hoops and ladders, so we can get you set up and make sure your show goes smoothly. But if you're interested, just email me and we'll get you on air.
Right. Well, I think that should be. Hey, there's Warp. Hey, Warp. That should be Vince Von Doom, and I will forward that information to him because he's the on-air presence. I'm marketing in the background. Try to be.
All right, that's cool. Yeah, but I have some great slots open, and we'll put you right on there and get you going. It usually takes about 2, maybe 3 weeks at most. We do all the work for you. All you got to do is get on air and talk. We archive your show. You have access to your own archives, so you can put them up on YouTube or whatever. And and it's real easy. We have about 20 staff total that will help you with everything. I mean, we don't do things little over here. So
that's exactly what I'm looking for, and we're talking about is togetherness.
There you go. All right, well, get a hold of me, and I will drop your information to. She is our host coordinator. Her name is Willow Andreasen. Everybody calls her Surrey Sunflower. Drop me your email. I'll put you in contact with her, and we'll just move on from there, okay?
Sounds wonderful. I see that I know a lot of the people now on your board, so it's a friendly place.
All right. Thank you very much for calling in, sir.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Hey, no problem. No problem.
All right.
Good night. All right, so apparently there's some breaking new Trump scandal that is devastating info released. So let's see what this is. Off we go.
Jones here on InfoWars Nightly News to break down probably the most important Trump information that we've ever discussed in the year that we've been following him on the campaign trail. The international sensation, whether you love him or hate him. Now, in the process of covering Trump, I didn't support him a year ago. I began to thaw to him about 6 months ago. And I'm about to break down bombshell information about Trump that nobody else knows and that nobody else has talked about. Because it's my moral responsibility to relay this to you. Now, here in the headline, I'm making the point that this is devastating Donald Trump information. And that this new leaked information will absolutely change the world if the people discover it and pay attention to it. And it's this. Donald Trump is for real. Donald Trump really does want to save this country. Donald Trump really does know about the New World Order, about globalism, about the big mega banks coming in and taking control of this country and other nations, and that they have a plan to bankrupt nation states to fold them into a private corporate government, a form of neo-colonialism, where the big offshore banks actually colonize through banking fraud and take control of the nation states, like you've seen in Ireland, like you've seen in Spain, in Greece, in Italy, where they even appoint former Goldman Sachs heads to be the presidents. Trump is for real. And the bombshell info is, I was told information by Roger Stone, his longtime confidant of 40 plus years, running buddies, not just a political advisor, former head of his campaign. A lot of private things, but also public things about Trump and what Trump would do and what he thought Trump was going to say. And in every case, weeks later, Trump would come out and do it. And it wasn't because Stone was telling him what to say. He was talking to Trump and was aware of what Trump was going to do. I mean, I said a week before, Trump's going to come out against the private Federal Reserve and call for an audit. He did that. So I was told that by Stone. But what I'm about to break down here, most of it didn't come from Stone. Stone was telling me things, and then I knew other famous people that are friends with Trump, who've known him for years, who vacation with him and things like that, and local Austin billionaires, you name it. And it turns out, just like Hollywood's awake to the New World Order, but are scared to talk about it, a bunch of these nouveau riche and wealthy people do want to have a free market, do want to have a wealthy country, do want to have the general public become wealthy and successful as well. And Donald Trump, here's the big news, is actually basically an info warrior. But before he was ever an info warrior, I mean, before InfoWars existed, Donald Trump gets it all. Donald Trump knows as much of this as I do, or more. And he's been an entertainer. He's played along. He just wanted to be a businessman. He kept thinking things would get fixed. And I was told this over, 8-9 months ago by Stone when the Trump campaign approached me. And Stone said, listen, he doesn't want America to be wrecked. He knows these foreign businesses and banks and special interests are gutting the country. He hates it. He loves this country. He hates seeing Americans become poor. He wants to see a rising tide raising all ships. And then months later, it was in Politico from other people. 20 plus top Republicans met in his New York offices and they had sub sandwiches together for an hour-and-a-half meeting. And Trump said, I'm not letting them wreck America. I'm not letting them deindustrialize it. I'm not letting these foreign elites do this. We're not going to have America conquered. My point is, everything Stone told me about that ended up being, from other people's quotes knowing Trump, exactly what really happened inside, even from his enemy Politico. So then I talked to some other people that know Trump, and they said the same thing, but it was different events, so I wasn't putting it all together. Then Dr. Jerome Corsi was on the show, PhD, political science, international banking, Harvard, worked in clandestine operations all over the world, anti-terrorism, 3-time #1 New York Times bestseller, and friends with Donald Trump for 40 years in business. And I knew that, I've been on break before when Donald Trump has, like 5 or 6 years ago, called Corsi up. He's like, oh, that was Donald Trump, when he's on Skype. So, I mean, he's good friends with him too, and I started just clicking. So I was asking him on air, what type of guy is he? What's he stand for? And Corsi on air said he knows everything. He knows everything I know, everything you know. Believe me, he's got a plan. And so I'm going to get Corsi back on and talk more about it, but he was just saying what all these other big insiders told me, that no, he knows all about NAFTA, all about GATT, all about the New World Order. And you see him in his policy saying that. He just doesn't sensationalize it. With its global government taking us over, he speaks at a blue-collar level that he knows the public will understand. He even dumbs down his speech on purpose to reach the general public because he knows they'll get lost in all the complexity. Is that a blow against him, or is that positive that he's able to do that? I mean, he's got this whole, dumb schmo thing going on, and that ain't it. I mean, Corsi ran serious, operations for the government as a private contractor, super clandestine stuff. He's a super sharp guy. Why do you think Trump calls him up for advice on things? Or not even so much advice, he bounces things off people. So there's a bunch of people I can't mention and say because it was told to me in confidence. Like, I was told over a year ago when he was first running by a prominent person that's friends with him that, oh, you didn't know that Trump sees you as the underground and he's going to basically take this anti-globalist New World Order stuff mainstream, and that you're going to cover the underground and he's going to cover the above ground. And I'm sitting there hearing this going, oh yeah, Donald Trump. But then I heard Matt Drudge, a decade ago was a listener, and then he's visited the office and is a daily listener. I was told the Japanese deputy president was a listener and he's come on the show. I was told the head of the German CIA was a listener and he's been on the show. I mean, InfoWars is really big, so but it's not about me. I'm talking about all this right now because you need to know that it just kind of built up, and I had never really talked about it, that all these insiders go, hey, Alex, Trump's on the team. He was on the team before you were on the air. Okay? He just knew the public wasn't ready yet, and the country's hanging by a thread. He's for real. He's for real. And he's going for it all. And that's why K Street and the lobbyists and the political class that have hijacked the nation are so scared, because they've been tapping his phones. They've got dossiers on Trump. And he tried to sneak up on them and, get in with them thinking he'd work with them. They know, and they're scared because, let me tell you something. Donald Trump, thank God he has a big ego. Thank God he likes, the founding fathers in America. He really wants to be the guy that saves America. Wouldn't that be cooler to bring back prosperity and save America and defeat the globalists? That's bigger than defeating the Soviet Union. Soros, as Buckley pointed out before we shot this, is like in a wheelchair with oxygen tanks like a James Bond villain, manipulating through surrogates, and the Koch brothers are. Trump's right out in the open going, I don't like the political system. It's legal, but I don't like it. You have to buy these people. And I'm sick of foreign interests buying them. I'm going to try to put an end to that. I've done well in this country, and now it's time for me to pay back. He really means that. And that's why he doesn't care if he loses all these businesses or loses billions of dollars, which he's lost about $500 million, it's estimated, just since the campaign, people demonizing him. He said, hey, there'll be no country left if we don't turn this around. So the big news is, the big scandal is, the horrible international globalists that launch all these wars and give each other Nobel Peace Prizes, that do all these evil things, that have gotten America in debt by design, and that have dumbed down our education and opened our borders and sold out our industry. They are having conniption fits to the point that the Republican leadership of the RNC Rules Committee has to go on CNBC and say, your vote never counted. Don't vote for Trump because we're just going to take the delegates anyways. And the reporter goes, so why we have primaries? He goes, good point.
The media has created the perception that the voters will decide the nomination, and that's the concept. That's the conflict here.
We feel like we live in a democratic society. What you're telling me is it's not a democratic society, and your votes don't necessarily matter because it's a democratic representation, correct?
No, that's not what I'm trying to tell you. What I'm trying to say is that we're just one of the political parties. There's many political parties, but political parties choose their nomination.
I want to show you something. All right, so we have people out there that are actually trying to advertise what we're doing right now. And usually I have a lot more listeners. Give me a second. Okay, yeah, I'm back. Anyway, I want to show you something. Oh, let's see. I have to do full screen cap. Alright, so I'll do a full screen cap here. Alright. Alright, so if you go to my channel right now, this is what you see. Nothing. I'm not doing any videos, and I have no videos. If you click all activities, no recent activity. Alright, so let's click here. Live streams. No live streams. I'm live streaming right now, by the way. Uploads. Oh, I've not uploaded anything, by the way. Posts and uploads. Nothing. Yeah, I've had a couple emails going, what the hell's wrong with your channel? All activities. Nothing. Live streams. Nothing. Posts and uploads. Nothing. Did I hit a nerve somewhere? Can you see that? Right there? People can't even find us right now because they have delisted us. They ain't shut me down yet. Although they did close down all monetization for any of our live streams yesterday. Whatever. I don't want to see commercials. They don't want to see commercials. But they shut down the monetization yesterday. For the live stream, you know, I can't. I've never actually clicked that button. I think maybe once. It says run commercial in 3 months, but it's gone now, and it says I cannot monetize this video. I cannot monetize this live stream. They're jacking with me. You go over here to my videos. Well, you see all the videos. Well, yeah, that's fine. See all the videos. But you don't see the live stream, do you? You see here's my playlists. These are on my playlist. I make a playlist every day. Oh, by the way, if you go to my channel, you can see my playlist every day. If you missed the show, you can go look at the playlist that I ran. These are my channels that I look at. These are, you know, who I subscribe to. Not all that many people, huh? I think there's about 40 people I subscribe to, maybe a couple. And I want to adopt this girl because she called Hillary Clinton a freaking... Never mind. and I go over to discussion, and we have all this and all that stuff. But, you know, you go back home, still nothing. Nothing there. Let's reload it and see if something happens. Nope, nothing. Uploads, nothing. Live streams, nothing. Posts and uploads, nothing. So if you think that YouTube is not censoring, you're on fucking crack.
Nominee, not the general public, contrary to popular belief.
Then why bother holding the primaries?
That's a very good question.
We're making them uncloak in their attempt to maintain control. All these special interests that have come in and stolen and robbed the country blind are having heart attacks. The communist Chinese government, the Pope, all these different international organizations are saying you can't have Donald Trump because they know that he's trying to return power to the people and do basic things. Like he says, bing, 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 bing. You just say, hey, China, you can't have a 30, 40% currency tariff on our goods. They go, oh, that's protectionism. No, that's a screw job by them. You'd better stop it. That alone. He says, hey, they've shut off 1,000 of our power plants. That's almost double our energy prices. You can't have a factory here because it's too expensive. We're going to take those restrictions off. They're clean. The globalists could make more money selling pieces of our economy off to India and Mexico and China. And Trump really means to break that. He really wants to be the greatest president ever. And he's in a position to do it. No wonder he's so confident. No wonder he's so fearless. And to learn that he's aware of the show and what we cover, and I'm not going to get into it, and I'm not going to give inside baseball, but down the road, it feels really good to know I'm influencing the campaign. I'm influencing Trump. You're influencing him. He's learning too. It's exciting. It's an exciting time to be alive, and there's a reason they're scared to death of him. So that's the bottom line. Donald Trump is anti-New World Order. Donald Trump knows more than he's saying, and that's why they're so scared of him. And I've had all these insiders that know him go, you didn't know he's anti-New World Order? You don't know he knows about the globalism? You don't know he plans to try to defeat all this and truly bring America back and make us free and open again? It's an incredible time to be alive. Now, back to InfoWars Nightly News. I'll be back this Sunday, 4 to 6 p.m. with a Sunday transmission as well. If you're watching this program, folks, it's up to you to spread the word and realize what's happening and to realize that we've been artificially suppressed so that we can become poor so they can micromanage our lives. They want us poor, so we're too busy trying to work to get food so we're not too uppity. And Donald Trump doesn't like that. He doesn't like poverty. He doesn't like us collapsing. He doesn't like us being engineered. He doesn't like political correctness. He doesn't like Christians being demonized. He doesn't like seeing us be enslaved. He doesn't like seeing arrogant, murderous, third world jihadis coming in here to boss us around. He's sick of it. It's a basic male instinct, and it's exciting. And that's why more than ever, I'm so glad I'm back in Trump. He's not perfect. We're going to try to keep him honest. But he's giving the globalists a run for their money, and they are scared to death. Now back to InfoWars Nightly News.
This article's very interesting. It says that Trump appoints alleged Bundy conspirator as alternative convention delegate. This is Gerald DeLemus, and he was involved in the 2014 standoff, and technically he did drive up to the Oregon standoff, try to convince Amy Bundy to leave, and he failed. But there was HD footage, it's like a film of him driving up there, so maybe that kind of burned him there. But he was a mid-level leader in the Nevada standoff. But let's read some of this here. It says, earlier this week, the New Hampshire Secretary of State released a list of delegates the Trump campaign selected to support Donald Trump at the Republican National Convention. Among the alternative delegates is Gerald DeLemus of Rochester, New Hampshire. DeLemus is currently under indictment on 9 federal charges for his role in the 2014 armed resistance at Cliven Bundy's ranch in Nevada. As the union leader has reported among the charges against DeLemus conspiracy to commit an offense against the United States, threatening a federal law enforcement officer, assault on a federal officer, obstruction of justice, attempting to impede or injure a federal law enforcement officer, interference with interstate commerce by extortion, and several firearm charges. And then it goes on and on. But I want to tell you what I think this might be. Just my opinion. Doesn't mean much, right? Everyone has an opinion. But I'm going to tell you. I think this is a call. See, Trump's not stupid. Regardless of what you think of Trump, he's not stupid. He knows exactly the moves he's making. And he's been making. This is a...
Oh. All right. Hey, how you doing? Area code 307. You're on there. Who that? Where you at? What you got to say, man?
I don't know. I'm kind of new at this. Been listening since Lavoie got murdered and all that stuff. Think that, the world's on a downhill pull. But, I went through this stuff back in the late 70s. I was farming when they took all of our farm ground away from us and everything. So what they're doing to the ranchers now, I've kind of already lived through it back then.
Yeah, I have to agree. They tore us up in the Midwest by enticing farmers into taking more money than they could possibly ever pay back, and then jacking up the interest rates, stealing their farms and selling them to the Japanese. That's what happened in the Midwest. I was not a party to it, but a witness to it through my entire youth.
Yeah, well, I lived through it. So I'm a little older than you, but what I'm calling in for is I don't know where all of this is going, but I come across a huge fraud scandal involving Medicare and the court systems that I've lived through for the past 11 years. And I'm kind of reaching out because I'm not, techie. I don't, I do email and that's about it. So I'm basically Medicare has blacklisted me. They're refusing to cooperate with me because I'm trying to get this investigated. We're talking hundreds of millions, if not billions and trillions of dollars of fraud being done under our noses through the Medicare system.
Well, yeah, of course, and Obamacare and everything else has been involved. I was trying to get started on my taxes this year, and it took me 2 hours to go through all of this BS they wanted me to go through for Obamacare and everything else. I mean, it was really ridiculous. They kept wanting to send me to excuse me. They kept wanting to send me to go get, benefits and food stamps and all that, none of this that I need. And, it's like I couldn't even get to the point I could start working on my return until I went through literally an hour of, I don't need your benefits, leave me alone. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, see, I got hurt at work 11 years ago. They, basically, I got hurt at work. They put me back to work against my doctor's orders, broke my back. So I've been totally disabled since 2005. They've basically have locked me to where I can't get the benefits I need to live. That's where I discovered this Medicare fraud. When I discovered the Medicare fraud, 4 years ago, I reported it to the Office of the Inspector General. Well, they shut me off and wouldn't take my complaints. And so I've been constantly complaining to them for 4 years. Well, finally, through a lot of research, going through the senator's offices here in Wyoming, and everything, I discovered that the court system they've committed perjury and fraud, have locked me out. My attorneys have quit me. Now Medicare won't help me at all because I want to blow this whistle. Because, like I said, the government, what they're doing is, word constantly is I'm not injured. This is after 8 years of total disability, then all of a sudden there's nothing absolutely wrong with me. They quit paying my benefits and throw me off on the Medicare. Medicare says, oh, that's fine. We'll take your claim. So whenever you settle, then you pay Medicare back. Well, this insurance company who's making Medicare pay for all this stuff, and my doctors are getting pennies on the dollars. From where they was getting $200 for an office visit, they now get $14 for an office visit. So they're being defrauded. I'm trying to bring this forward, but I don't know how to go about doing it. And so what this insurance company's doing, see, they're not paying a dime for me right now. They haven't paid since 2013. So everything that's on my claim, they're sticking in their pocket, paying it back to the judges, these doctors, and my lawyers that all lied in court, and that's where the kickbacks are going. Well, in the meantime, America's having to support my medical. Well, I'm a person from the old school that, you don't take what you don't need. So I'm just, I'm bedridden at the time because I'm just taking as little as pain medication as I can because it's killing my liver and my kidneys. It's killing me. So I'm trying to get this other treatment and make these work comp people pay for it. But Medicare's going like, no, we're not going to help you. We'll go ahead and let them continue to defraud us because whenever you settle your claim or if you die, then we'll get your money out of your settlement then to pay us back.
Well, I have to, this is my father went through this exact same thing. My dad died of colorectal cancer. By the time they actually paid his disability, he had been dead a year. In which they said that the first 2 years in which he claimed his disability, which was 5 years before he died, wasn't even counted. And they paid the claim. And the claim that they paid was about 20% less than what it costs for his medical bills and his burial expenses and all that kind of stuff. And I mean, it starts there. And this was well before Obamacare. We're talking about 2002, I think. I don't know. Me and my dad, they can get along. I don't keep track of that. But anyway, but it still was like 2002, well before the whole Obamacare thing got started. But there's still, but now we see an even greater destruction of the medical care system. And I just, why is this? There has to be a reason behind this. So maybe, maybe we need to get people really researching into why. Because are they trying to get, is the government just trying to make everybody that is not healthy or everybody that is whatever, nothing bad against you, but I mean, you're bedridden. You're not garnering any taxes for the system. You're not good for the government. So do they consider you fodder and they just want you to fall away? I'm not trying to upset you. I'm just trying to make a point.
No, you're right on cue. That's exactly what they want. This whole thing is set up to kill us. Whether it's the poisons or the medication, or we die from not getting the treatment that we need, that's what they want. They're doing this to everybody. It's not just me. Believe me, I'm not alone in this. I know hundreds of people that they're doing this to. I'm just trying to find a way to blow the whistle on it. Because it's not right. It's not.
Yeah, the only way to blow the whistle is everybody starts blowing that whistle. I don't know. Is anybody else listening? I've had a phone number open for literally 2 hours, and I've had 2 calls. And one of them, and 1 or 3 calls, and one of them was literally a complete and total troll, which I had a little bit of fun with. But, I mean, does anybody have a voice in America? Are they afraid to talk? Why be nervous to talk? Get out there and run your damn mouth.
Well, exactly. It's just what they did after Lavoie's murder. Everybody got scared to death. I'm going to go to prison. I'm not going to say anything anymore. You know, before his murder, everybody was talking.
Well,
now
I mean, look at what's happening to our veterans, dude. Literally, every 90 minutes. You know, I was looking at some statistics. Actually, less than that, but every 90 minutes, a U.S. veteran kills themselves.
Yeah, I know.
It's ridiculous, and it's scary. And 90, I can't even put this into words. You know, I'm a veteran myself, but you know, I was never in a war. I was never in anything important. You know, I was a dude that ran radios. And, you know, I'm not going to say I was like, you know, some of these guys out there, you know, they're like, oh, I was falling out of airplanes, killing millions of this and that and all that. And that's stolen valor. But, you know, I'm not interested in any of that. You know, I did nothing important in the military. I ran radios. You know, I was hooked to SAC, and you know, we went wherever wherever they wanted us, and you know, our job was to set up communications. I spent a little time on a boat outside of Lebanon when whatever was attacked. You know, back in the early 80s, but whatever, you know, I never did anything really important. So, you know, I'll never say, you know, I was just, honestly, I went in the Air Force hoping I could get to fly an airplane, and it just didn't happen. I was too tall. Yeah, I was too tall. I was too tall to fly an airplane because I'm 6'1". Really sucked. But, you know, I mean, it's just, we continuously find all of this stuff that just never stops. You know, just across the board with people like you and everybody else. And, you know, and it just seems like they're trying to create a healthcare system now in which anybody that isn't perfectly healthy and perfectly good gets ignored. You know, I mean, there's a joke going around. Okay, George, the VA says they can get you an appointment. The appointment is in July of 2018. Can you be there?
And don't be. You have to go back into the list. You know, I'm going through the same shit, guy.
Yeah.
I get sick and I miss an appointment. It's 45 more days to get back in. And I'm going, how in the hell can I live 45 more days? You know, I live in 10-scale pain. You know, I'm bedridden. What do you want me to do? You know, and, you know, like you say in the veterans, it's all of us are going through this. But what I can't understand is, you know, when this Lavoie stuff all happened and Oregon happened, everybody was blowing the whistle on everything. The minute they started arresting people, everybody shut the hell up. I'm not going to say nothing about anything anymore. Yeah, just like you're saying on your show tonight. You get 3 callers tonight? People are scared.
Yeah, exactly. You know, everybody's got something to say. Everybody will type something, but nobody will call in.
Yeah, but they just want to argue with each other about race or sex or the man in the moon. They don't want to argue about what's important. They want to sit there and call each other names all day on, you know, in the chat room.
Yeah, and this is not. The problem is this is just not going to stop.
So what I've got to look for somebody that's I am Medicare, that I could, you know, get on there and talk to them about it and say, hey, where can we go from here?
Yeah. I really honestly want to say, where do you go from here? But it really, to me, it takes 2 kind of efforts. And in which your case, the effort that I preach can't work. I mean, you're bedridden and you're disabled. You know, I always preach, you know, steal the money from the corporations by growing your own food. That doesn't work for you. I understand that, and and I feel horrible listening to what you're telling me. Because, and I don't want you to get depressed, and I understand why you're depressed and upset, and seeing all that, and feeling left out, or feeling left behind, actually would be a better word. And I am completely behind your cause. But I'm like everybody else. I don't know what to do to help you. I can give you all the support, that I want, but how can we help you? How can we help you is the question.
Well, like I said, I'm going to have to blow the whistle on social media. Here's a couple things that happened to me. Last month, I called up and talked to the Wyoming Department of Federal Investigation. Not the FBI, but the Wyoming Department of Federal Investigation. They told me, this is the God's honest truth, you're just a citizen. We can't take a complaint from you on this fraud. You have to get somebody higher up, like your senators or someone like that, to call us and have us investigate this for you. So I call my senators, and they hang up on me and tell me to go to hell. The same thing happened with Medicare. They told me to go to Medicare and have Medicare call them to be the higher up person. Medicare refuses to call them. It's like everybody knows what's going on but me, I guess. I'm just a dumbass because I don't know what's going on.
Well, yeah, because of Obamacare, honestly, I had to deal with them a couple of months ago, or actually a year and a half ago. Sorry, not a couple of months ago, but I had to deal with them. And their records are so screwed up, they don't even know what the hell's going on. I kept running into this issue in which they couldn't prove my daughter was an American citizen. And it was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. My daughter, I am not an alien in any way. I am not an alien. I am not an illegal alien. I am not a naturalized citizen. I've lived here all my life. Same with my wife. Same with my daughter. But yet they couldn't prove that she was an American citizen, and we got hung up in that for months. And which to the point, I called up and I said, "Excuse me, but I'm done with this. Fuck you. I'm not interested in your bullshit, and I'm not interested in any of this stuff. You want to jam me into your medical system, but your records are so screwed up that you can't even actually figure out who the hell I am." Right. In a country that is nothing but in a country that is nothing but a giant look at me, or what do you call it, surveillance state going on right now. But you can't prove that I, my wife, my daughter are an American citizen because we don't have a cell phone. We don't do all the things that everybody else is doing. We don't have a cell phone, a smartphone, and all this stuff. My email account is 23 years old, all this kind of stuff. I mean, there is an incredible amount of bullcrap going on in there. And now today, and then again, as I said, I went into TurboTax to try to start working on my taxes today, and I had to spend all this time going, no, don't care, no, don't care, no, don't want that, no, don't need food stamps, no, got plenty of food, no, don't need medical care, pay for my own, I pay cash. I'm a diabetic. I pay cash to my doctor. No, don't need this. No, don't need that. No, I don't need an Obama phone. No. I literally spent an hour going through that before I was even allowed to start working on my tax return.
Jiminy Christ. Oh, that's just it. Hey, you got a pen by chance?
No, I don't own a pen, but you can send me an email all you want.
Okay. What's your email?
If you look at the video, it's right the hell up there in the corner.
On your video, it's up in the corner?
Mm-hmm. Hold on. I gotta go clear something. There you
Nitehawk. Nitehawk at freedomslip.com?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I watched a video yesterday about this Montana guy. His name's Ernie Wayne Tailgate. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah,
But anyway.
No, I haven't. Sorry, no.
He's a guy talking about your daughter and getting lost in the record. This guy you got to watch that video. I'll send a link to you. And it will be from Wild One West. So look out for my email. I'll send it to you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good, man. Pass me an email. Hey, we got Jerry Bradley on the line. How you doing, Jerry?
Hey, Nitehawk. Good to hear you, Nitehawk. You're working your butt off again tonight. I was worried about you last night.
Oh, you know what? I fell asleep.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, I fell asleep. It was, I should be in bed now. My dinner is ready in there, and everybody's putting it up. Just figured I'm not going to eat tonight.
I started to send a posse out after you last night. I came close. You never know, I went in the chat and was asking questions, and I felt like Monique, I was investigating. I said, hey, Nitehawk, I'll too professional just to leave things running, Yeah, but I finally...
actually, I made a mistake. I ate, and then I, fell asleep. But I made a mistake. I left my keyboard drawer out, and Zeus the cat took a dance over the keyboard and muted everything, and that was the end of that. So
yeah, I heard you talking about it earlier. But anyways, it's all good. This is an interesting topic that you're talking about here because, some of these things that are so obvious are right in our faces. There's so much in our faces we don't even think about them. Like, for instance, I remember a young gal that got pregnant back in high school, and she went and had a baby. It cost her about $600. And she left the hospital, and the parents paid the $600. And I thought, well, that's not too bad. How much do you think it would cost right now to go in the hospital and have a baby? Astronomical. And I'll tell you what, everything has been geared. Now, I don't know when it actually started, but I know it picked up strong with the baby boomers, my generation. They started, taking all these billions of dollars that were put into these funds, using it for a general fund. They used it to fund the Vietnam War and God knows what. But they just wasted all these billions of dollars. And then all these years they ran on the premise that they're going to put a lockbox on the Social Security. Well, they'd already spent it years ago. But this was the premise that they went on, and where you go, okay, that sounds cool. You notice they don't talk about the lockbox anymore because now we know better. But when you look back at all these people like Pelosi, she wasn't lying. She says, hey, we got to pass Obamacare to see what's in it, because they don't read anything. They don't care. Here's what they've done to us. They'll bring in somebody from General Electric or General Motors, whatever, and they'll say, listen, a lobbyist. They'll say, we need to do business this certain way, so we need you to pass these laws so we can do that. And by the way, here's a little money for your child's college fund or whatever. And they go away, and then the next one comes in, and over and over. The insurance companies wrote Obamacare. They were writing everything before that. They're not making laws in Washington. We got some of the stupidest people in the world in Washington. They're not smart. They can't even read, let alone make a decent law. They don't know what the laws are. They just sign them because they're told to. They get paid. They sign it. They don't make laws. They just do whatever the special interest groups tell them to do. Isn't it obvious to you that that's what's happening? And now they're calling my Social Security, which I paid into all my life without a choice, an entitlement. Damn straight it is. They should have given me interest on that money. I'll never get anywhere near what I paid into it. But here's the deal. Now here I am. I've worked all my life. I'm retired now. I have a pension, which is connected to the stock market, okay, and those jokers. Then I have Social Security, which is also connected to the stock market, and all these crooks, okay? So now they say, well, we got his ass, and I'll tell you why they think they do. because everything that I have now that keeps me alive is to go ahead and support these crooks. Otherwise, they cut me off. I mean, that was ingenious the way they put that together. But you know what? I don't care. I'd rather be free and go out there and dumpster dive than to let somebody run my life. And people need to think that way. They need to stop supporting these criminals. That's why I'm supporting Trump, because Trump knows. He knows what's going on, and he's willing to fight for us. For the first time, there's a fork in the road, and people don't see that this man's on our side. I don't get it. So that's basically...
Well, yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, you know, you and me have both looked at this. And,
yeah.
And thank you for joining my show. I was, like, getting ready to shut it down because I couldn't get anybody to join me. But, you know, it's really obvious when we see this. But, you know, I made the point earlier. Everybody gets mad at people that got some money.
Right.
Well, you know, people that got some money usually, you know, unless they're some of these old crony people, you know, but, you know, I don't, you know, Trump's really not in there. You know, Trump's been broke. He's been rich. He's been broke. He's been rich. But, you know, he works his ass for his money. I'm not rich, but I got a couple of bucks, and I got nice stuff in my house, and I work my butt off all the time. I run a farm, I run the station. I was doing medical tech until about a year ago. Running all over the country in my car, doing a job I freaking hated. You know, but, you know, and I'm 52. I'm nowhere near retiring age, but, you know, I work my budget. I'm not rich, but I'm okay. And people seem to have a problem with that. And it pisses me off. You know, what is wrong with working your butt off and making some money and being comfortable? That's the problem that I'm seeing right now. Because there's this whole other group of people that goes, okay, you work your butt off, you make some money, but I want half of it because I want to be a lazy fucktard and all that kind of stuff. Oh, by the way, this is YouTube. I don't care, Jerry. Use whatever language you want to use, but YouTube doesn't care.
Oh, I don't really need to cuss in order to get my point.
Yeah, I know, but, you know, sometimes I just have to use a word that...
Right. Well, you know, I work for a guy called, I work for a guy named Rex in Florida. He paid me $7 an hour to do labor. I did labor for all the millwrights, the carpenters, the plumbers. You know, he trained me himself. He says, here's what you do, and just do it right, and I'll pay you union wage. Wasn't a union shop. He just paid me union wage. He bought the company when the guy was ready to get rid of it. He became a millionaire in like a year. And we go into the bar together. He loved to fight, but he would never pick a fight. Always he was rough. He could handle himself. And I used to laugh because he'd sit there and hope somebody would get, you know, in a mood and want to take him outside. He'd like, well, okay, if you want. He loved to fight. But the man was a good guy. He really was. He treated me really fair. Paid me union wage. Even when things were slow, he had me working with his dad on a project. You know, he was a cabinet builder. He kept me working because I had a family. You know, he was a good guy. He was a millionaire. And people say, hey, Rex guy, he really thinks he's something. You know, look at him. He comes in here in a suit coat in this old bar. He loved that old bar. He had friends in that old bar. He'd just come from work and he was dressed up at a meeting. You come in there and people would always slam this guy. And I looked at these people. My question and there was always this, you know, I said, well, when's the last time you ever got employment from somebody that didn't have any money? When's the last time that somebody was broke and their ass that gave you a job? Said you need successful people in order to provide jobs. Now, some people got it and some didn't, but I noticed that very same thing with him. Yeah, he drove around in real nice cars, but you know what? He had an old Pontiac at the house too, and he'd go to the corner bar because that's where he was comfortable. And yet he could still go down at the Fontainebleau in Miami and feel comfortable. He was a good guy. He worked his butt off. He made a lot of money, and he was fair. What more could you ask for? I mean, I just don't know what more anybody could ask for.
Well, yeah, you know, I think there has been something is broken. You know, me and you are close enough to the same age that we remember doing stuff when we were kids. You know,
when you didn't lock your car door, yeah.
Well, not just that. I mean, when I was a kid, I had chores to do. I had to, you know, before I even went to school, I had to get up. I had to go out and feed the livestock. I had to go out and do this. I had to go out and do that. And then when I got home from school, I either had to mow the grass or go deal with the fruit trees or whatever, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
You know, and it taught me a lot of things, as in, it never occurred to me, not once in my entire life. I think you know, over my entire life, I ran into two bad spots. I mean, really bad spots in my life in which we went and applied for food stamps. And it was freaking embarrassing to me. You know, I would go out of my way to find an empty freaking grocery line to do it. And it would only you know, we only did that a month or two. Once I was in my 30s, and another time I was in my 40s when we moved up here. You know, we had to escape Hurricane Charlie. We showed up here with no money, and there was that. But it was still embarrassing. But, you know, most of my life, I've always found ways to pay the bills. You know, and, you know, when we got up here, you know, when we showed up, me and my wife showed up in Kentucky. And we got this place. You know, I mean, we had no money. I mean, we were so far behind, it was ridiculous. And you know, we didn't go to the government for anything. You know, I took my toolbox and went door to door.
Yeah, you started at square one and worked your way up.
Yeah. And, you know, I'm an electronics repairman. I would go to TV shops, and I went to them over 4 cities. Yeah, I'm a dog man. If you can't fix it, I'll fix it. I did that. Eventually I got hired on with Care Fusion as a medical tech, making some really good money for several years. It became a bunch of bullcrap after a bit of time because I wouldn't play the corporate game, etc., etc. The farm got better. The farm got more productive as I got everything going, and I'm okay now. But, you know, a lot of people are not willing to go to that extra extent. You know, when I was in my 20s, you know, I remember, you know, I lived in my car for a couple of years, but I never ever went to the...
Anybody that was in a band that didn't live in their car for a while?
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, I literally lived in my car, and I slept at you know, rest stops on the highway. But, you know, the way I fed myself was I would go to these places. They're called, oh, God, what was the name? They were import houses in which they would bring all this basically import junk, plant stands and knives and all that kind of stuff. And I would go in there with about $40, and I would buy everything I could buy. And then I would run into the into the inner city in town, and then actually, you know, and then hawk the stuff. I'd take my $40, turn it into a couple of $100, go back to the same place, do the same thing the next day, and I would end up with about $800 in my pocket. A couple of times I got robbed, but most of the time it went well. I would take about $100, go down to the Goodwill, fill up the back end of my car with shoes, take it into where all the homeless people was hanging out and give them shoes, and then take my guitar and my road shit and go on to the next city. You know, I did that for years. You know, going across the country and the world and the city and all that kind of stuff. You know, I mean, you really can take care of yourself if you want to.
Right, exactly. You know, Hawk, I can remember bringing home $10,000 a month on some of the jobs I've had. I can also remember going to somebody sometime and waiting around till they needed somebody, or to Global Van Lines until they needed somebody, and going out and working for for money for that day, whatever it took. You know, it didn't matter, whatever it was. Or I'd go by a project and I'd see that they're building something. I'd come by and I'd say, hey, I'm here to work, you know. And then sometimes they say, fine, you know, they'd give me a hammer or something, I'd go to work. You know, you got to want something in order to do it. I think the problem that we're having nowadays, I want to work on a little, if I ever get everything straight, I got so many things going on. I want to work on a little project called self-regulating control system, because I think that's where we're at. Everybody is on autopilot. You know, they want you to have all your bills on autopilot. They want everything that you pay on autopilot. A lot of people don't even know what their bills are because it automatically gets paid. They want everybody on autopilot and eventually take the money away, so that anybody that doesn't go along with this global thing that they're building, they just turn you off. They can turn you off. They can turn you on. You can't do that in a cash society because you could always survive. And you could see it coming for years. But this thing of automatic pilot is so automatic. There was a lady that died a couple of years ago, and somebody finally found her in her car in her garage, and it looked like she just died. But she had everything set on autopilot, and her bills and everything were just getting paid for a year. It just drained everything that was in her account. Everything that was in there, it just drained it. And that's what they're trying to do to people. They're trying to take everything we've ever worked for. They've already taken my equity in my home with this charade in 2008. And now they're trying to take all the people who do get sick and have paid insurance for insurances all their life. They've paid and paid and paid and paid. And yet when it comes time to get something back, they want to just suck you dry. And once they've sucked every penny from you, then just say, okay, time to leave now. Bye. See you later. You know, that's exactly what's going on. I see it. I got an ex-brother-in-law right now that's in the hospital that's got a leg that they may end up cutting off. And he's going through a situation here that I've seen over and over and over again. He's not in the right hospital, and they know it, but they're not going to move him. And it's driving me crazy, you know, because I'm an outsider now. You know, it's an ex-brother-in-law. If I could, I'd go and move him myself. They won't move him. They're going to let him die there in the hospital. I don't know. Everything's on autopilot.
Yeah, it's all expensive to the system. Yeah. You know, my phone company, the guys that offer my landline, the people that offer my electric bill, the people, they all want me to sign up for auto pay. Well, Absolutely. you see, we discussed this, and you heard what I was talking about the other day, where my electric meter actually broke, and I ended up, and I, one month I get a $237 electric bill in February, and then the next month I get a $1,600 electric bill, and I had to explain that, and then finally yesterday they came out and replaced the freaking meter. Completely replaced it. And so I've been watching this, and over 24 hours between the time he replaced it when I went, I burned 66 kilowatt hours with the new meter. I had been watching the old meter that I kept saying was broken, and I have literally called these people probably 30 times over the years and said there's something wrong with this meter, and they would never come replace the damn thing. All right.
I'm just curious, was it a smart meter they replaced it with?
No. It was just a digital meter. I went and checked it. It's not a smart meter. But
I'm just curious.
Anyway, so the new meter in 24 hours, 66 kilowatt hours. Most of it coming out of the studio. Okay?
Right.
Before that, I was checking it every day, 204 kilowatt hours on the old meter. So, So
are they going to prorate all that money that they stole from you?
I have to wait 3 months for an average and then take it to the utilities board. And I can only go back 3 years.
Don't you just love it?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that time at the bank, in Atlantic Bank in Florida one time. I was young and I had just enough money to pay my bills, but they made a mistake, so every check I wrote bounced, and they charged me $200 because it did. And then I went in and figured everything out. And I went in and I showed him. I said, "This wasn't my mistake. This was your mistake. I still got like $50 in the bank." And I said, "Well, you seem to be right." I said, "So are we good now?" No. They didn't do anything.
No, yeah, exactly. Well,
So I
you know
closed
that
the account.
Yeah, you know that bank scam. It's called
Right.
Apply the debit before you apply the deposit.
Yeah, they once you give the money to the bank, it's their money. It's in small print. They own that money. They'll do whatever they please with it. You know that, and I know that. It's really not yours once you give it to them. They just allow you to have some of it back. That's the way they've set it all up. Sneaky, aren't they? They're all so damn sneaky, man. I just can't stand it.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out why all these people that are talking shit in the chat room ain't calling in. 702-605-4277. Give us a call. You can.
Yeah, I could sit here and talk about what's wrong forever, but what I want to do is I want to do whatever I can that is going to start making things right. And the only thing I see right now that's really giving me a little bit of energy here is what Trump is doing. He's calling them out on the TPP and everything. He's calling them out on Agenda 21, everything. He's got them all running scared. I'm loving it. I'm just loving it.
Yeah, it gets weirder every morning. I'm going to start hijacking people.
Yeah, I noticed. I see these faces and I recognize, oh, hello there. Sorry, I didn't mean to be so boring for you, Hart.
Oh, no, you're doing great. You're doing great, but, more people talking is always a good thing, right?
Always a good thing, yes.
Hey, Terry, what's up?
Hi, Mike. I'm doing all right. How are you?
I should be in bed.
Yeah, probably.
Actually, I made dinner and they put it all up. They just said, well, I guess he ain't eating, so.
What'd you fix good?
I made taco stuff. Stuff for tacos or burritos or whatever.
Ooh, sounds good. I had chicken fingers and some fries. So what's
White Castles?
I haven't had those in years.
You have reached the confidential voicemail of Attorney Andrew Russ. Mr. Russ is unavailable right now, but if you leave your name.
So what has been the discussion?
Oh, we're just talking about how fucked up America is.
Well, we know that.
I was kind of talking a little bit about how everybody seems to be in the mode of autopilot. They're not really thinking about anything. They're just going through the motions and kind of watching other people the way they react and emulating it instead of thinking about, well, is this good for me or not? They're not really thinking. They're just in autopilot mode.
Rhett, you're absolutely right, Jerry. I feel the same way.
Oh yeah, I can see it. It's obvious. There's something in the genes of people like us for some reason. I don't know what it is, but we see it so vividly, and then other people will look right at it and say, huh? They don't see it. It just amazes me.
I don't know, maybe it's our age group.
No, I think it's more than that. I think it has to do with maybe the teachers we had in school, because I had some good teachers, that not all of them, but a lot of them, they teach you how to think about something, connect the dots and rationalize it through, use a little common sense and make some type of decision that's yours and not everybody else's decision. When I say something and I put my feelings out there and say, well, this is what I believe. It's not what Hawk believes or you believe. It's what I believe,
Right.
And it's the same with you guys. If Hawk comes out with a new song and says, hey, I love this song. I love this song. It doesn't matter what I think. He loves it. That's his belief, And I'm the same way.
Well, I
People
had a
need
first.
to-
I had a first grade teacher that just was awesome, Mrs. Walsh. Rest in peace, Mrs. Walsh. She was a sweetheart. She was the one that put books in my hands and got me to read. And I remember this statement from day one. It was words, spelling equals spells. She got me so involved in reading books and in going in all different directions. So I don't know. She just opened up a whole new world for me.
Yeah, Mr. Carley was one of my best teachers. He had this book, his little thin book called Adaptation to Environment. And he would read a little bit out of that every day for the whole year until he finished the little book. And I'll tell you, it was very interesting the way that he would dissect everything. And, like when they talk about little things like the statement, television programming. I mean, they tell you right there in the TV guide, it's programming. People.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a break.
My dad always said it was, he watched television, but we were not allowed to sit down and watch like the kids do today where it's on 24/7 basically. I mean, we got a couple hours in the evening after chores were done and stuff, but we had other things to do other than be in front of a television. I'm still that way. I don't like sitting in front of a television for very long.
Yeah, I don't even watch it anymore. Very seldom do I watch it, but I will check out, the news from time to time just to keep keep tabs of what's going on. But I'm not going to sit down in front of the television anymore. There's just too many other things that are more important for me now. I get it. I get it now. And I don't have any problem with somebody that sits there and watches television all night long. That's fine, but that's not where my head's at anymore. There's more important things to do.
Well, I've been faced with some incredible drama for days and days and days and days. Actually, Terry was the brunt of some of it, but we're not going to go into the the detail of that. But it just never ends. I mean, how can we possibly present a united front when I got to be honest, most of the people are not presenting anything other than their own self-worth. See what I'm trying to say?
Well, yeah, I do.
Well, another thing that I really like about Donald Trump is the fact that he's bringing people out to the voting booths that have never voted in their life. Now, if they don't think that that's an awesome thing, I don't know what to tell them, because nobody else has ever done that. He's bringing out people that from all different races and nationalities that are saying, yeah, the man's right. He's got a point, And they all say the same thing. He may not be perfect, but he's sure headed in the right direction. I think he's doing an awesome job myself.
Well, he says what other people will not.
Well, not only that, him and Ron Paul are the only two that even spoke a word about the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and that gives the United States control over to the United Nations. No. That ain't going to work for me. But see, he gets all that stuff, and he's not afraid to talk about it. And the great thing that Hawk and I were talking about later is, I don't have any problem with him making $10 billion. He can make $10 trillion. That doesn't make any difference to me. It just means he works hard,
Yeah.
And he provides a lot of jobs for people. Not everybody can be the smartest guy on the block.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Okay, so I've tried to pull a whole bunch of people in except for two. They're all green, as in I'm online. None of them were busy, but would not join the conversation. Okay.
Maybe they're trying to get lucky, Hawk.
No, I think they don't want to get involved in what I'm doing. They're all scared, I guess. I don't know. You know, what am I supposed to say?
It's Friday night. Maybe people got other things to do.
Well, then they shouldn't be green on YouTube. Green. You know, I'm not pulling in the yellows or the reds. I'm pulling in the greens.
Did you see what I posted on Facebook today about slaves?
Probably not. I have been so busy today that I did not look at my Facebook at all.
Well, people like to call us slaves because we work. But you know what? Even if it was you were sitting at home and you still have to take care of yourself. So you got to grow your own food. Then you got to take care of your house. And then you got to take care of your yard. You're still then a slave to yourself. Okay? But I say it like this. So we're all slaves, you know? But you know what? I bust my ass. I bust my ass for a living. And yes, I line the pockets of the bureaucrats, but damn it, I make a bit for myself, and I don't take handouts. I work for a living.
Well, yeah, that was kind of what I was saying. Somebody was, you know, in our chat room was going on, well, you need to get there when this is open and that is open. And I'm like, do you realize that most of the actual patriots have a job and they can't just leave work? And that's why, you know, and I've said it again and again and again. You know, Ferguson, Baltimore, wherever the hell you want to go, those were all people that have no jobs living on welfare, out burning shit down.
Right.
So, you know, shut up.
Yeah, I remember years ago, Hawk, I used to take canned goods. Every time I go to the store, I'd put a couple aside and put them in the boxes. And Thanksgiving, the day before Thanksgiving, I go downtown Detroit in some pretty bad areas, and I just open up my Jimmy and I just start passing out food to people, you know, and people come around, they thank me, and, you know, it made me feel good. It gave them a little something extra, and not a big deal, but I don't know. It was just my little way of doing something. And then after a while...
they were expecting it.
No, they started attacking me.
Oh.
They actually started attacking me and disrespecting me and banging on my truck. And I, you know, I was at the point a couple of times where I didn't know if I was going to get out of there alive. I said, you know, this is bullshit. You know, I'm trying to do something decent. I'm not a rich man. I don't have much. I have enough to get by on. And yet, you know, they're just looking at somebody trying to do something decent, you know, and they're just tearing me up, you know. And after a while I said, you know, if that's the attitude, I can't do this anymore, you know. But I've seen it slowly but surely, and it's a learned thing, you know. It didn't happen just boom. It happened slowly but surely. And
hey, real quick, somebody asked me a question in the chat room. I think it was a bait. But somebody says, what color am I? And my only response is, I don't care what color you are. But, you know, listen, man. You know, my daughter dates a black man who lives in my house. I don't care what the fucking color he is.
True
I
that.
don't give a shit. He's a good kid. I don't care. Couldn't care less.
Yeah, we're way beyond crap like that.
Yeah, I would hope so. The riots in '68, remember those?
67.
67, 60. Well, yeah, 67.
67.
Correct.
I was down in the middle of them.
Well, I was in Northeast High School, and my friend Michelle and I backed up into a bathroom stall, having each other's back. She was my friend. Now, what color was she? She was black and I was white. Well, red, white, whatever you want to call me, because I'm half breed. But we had each other's back. I didn't see her as a color. She was my friend.
Yeah, well, anybody that knows me, they know I don't do discrimination whatsoever. I mean, I got friends all over the world. I could give a rat's ass where they came from. The only thing that matters to me is do they treat me like I treat them, which is fairly. It's the only thing that matters.
Right.
I've had people stand beside me, you get mad at me because I'm standing there with a friend that's not the same nationality as them, and they would be yelling at me or them because of it. We just look at each other and laughing at them because it's so silly. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, you know, the only racists I know are saggy pants niggers, and that has nothing to do with black people because most of the saggy ass niggers I know are white people.
Well, I wouldn't say it quite the same, but I understand what you're talking about. I know those people.
You know, I mean,
I see them.
You know, people hate the word, but the word is the word. And I honestly, there are a lot of black people that I know, and none of them are that word. Usually when I find that word to apply, it's white people. It's young white people that want to run around with their pants hanging around their below their butt and all that kind of stuff. So,
butt cracks.
Yeah, you know, around here we call them wiggers, white niggers. So you know, however anybody wants to approach that, I don't care. I'm not racist. If I was racist, I would be having a fit on my kid right now. But I'm not. I don't care. I don't give a shit.
That's very true, huh?
Okay, so area code 702. You're on the air. Who dat? Where you at? What you got to say?
What up? This is Steve from Vegas. Hey, man, I'm glad you're not racist, dude. That was me, actually. I was asking about the colors that you were talking about, like green, yellow, and red, I think. I was just asking what color I was, dude. that wasn't nothing to do with race.
I could give a crap.
No, man, I was just asking what color my, whatever indicator you're talking about. Because I was getting ready to call in. I was just wondering, because I was listening on my cell phone, the one I'm talking to on now, so, you know, I wondered if it was different than if I was listening on my PC, if it would, you know, I don't know about all that. I have a channel, but I don't really do much with it, you know what I mean?
Steve, it's just we just saying that we don't care if you're orange, pink, purple, or green.
Oh, really? I'm a white guy, and I'm also part Native. I'm Native enough to be a tribal member, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud of all that. And I think everybody should be proud of their heritage.
I'm not really good with... excuse me. Excuse me. My comedian comes out. Excuse me. My comedian comes out. I'm not all that good with rainbow people.
All right, man. Hey, it's understandable, man. You're like, I thought that was bait. Nah, dude, that ain't bait. I don't do that. Not me. I know there's a lot of trolls out there, though, and that's actually kind of what I wanted to talk about. I mean, it's a little bit of a change of topic. Are you cool with that?
Oh, no, go ahead, man. I mean, we need every voice, everybody doing everything. You know, just go ahead. Go ahead.
Cool, man.
You know,
cool.
Even if you're totally left wing, I don't care. Every voice is
No,
important.
man, I didn't even... Come on, bro. I'm not a libtard.
I didn't say you were. I was just saying all voices are important.
Well, I had to throw that out there, you know what I mean? Just for clarification purposes. But no, I was talking about trolls on social media because, listen, I got laid off from my job in January, and it was after the whole situation in Oregon developed with the refuge, and so I was spending a lot of time on social media, and actually I haven't found a job yet, so I'm still on social media consistently, probably about as much as you are. And I noticed just these waves of trolls, man. It's like a propaganda campaign. I mean, did you notice that? Did anybody else notice that, or was it just me? I mean, I've seen it let me see. When it first started with the refuge, I was seeing lines I guess maybe you probably remember during the Bundy Ranch, the left had a bunch of canned lines like welfare rancher and all that, and they were throwing that out there on the web. And they were saying that about Oregon at first, and I was like, what? That doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? It doesn't actually fit the situation even at all. I mean, it didn't fit the Bundy Ranch either, but I mean, am I crazy, or is there like some automated troll stuff going on?
I don't know. You guys got a response to that? I was digging my daughter out of her hidey hole because she is as left wing as it gets. So I was going to put her right in on our show. So go ahead. Jerry, Lady Horse, you were both there. You got a response or anything, please? Help me out.
This month's meeting, as you know, I try to kind of report about how our monthly meeting goes and where it's all at. So far in our field, I'm in the auto industry, and it's been solid. The next 3 months are solid. We're looking at 55,000 to 56,000 units per day going for the next 3 months. Now, that doesn't mean to say that come hell or high water that something doesn't slide down and it goes in the tank, but right now the prediction for the next 3 months is still solid. I tell you, I will tell Hawk when I'm seeing something going really strange and very south in our place. So I don't know. It's just the Oregon thing has got me buffaloed. Yeah, I saw what you saw. I actually did see that happening. So, I don't... it's just strange.
I mean, it seemed to me like at certain... There was like 3 peaks of it, and I don't remember exactly what corresponded with those peaks that I noticed, but one of them for sure was when Lavoie was actually killed. And then one of them's come since then when they, the police released their crap report. They investigated themselves and cleared themselves. But what I'm saying is it almost seems like an orchestrated thing, this trolling. I mean, it's even spilled over onto YouTube. There's these guys that are, talking trash back and forth about, I mean, where did, this Chaos guy, he's not exactly trolling. He's telling the truth. I mean, he backs it up with pictures and stuff, but he's like cyber stalking people, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. I've just noticed a lot of trolling lately. It seems like it came out of nowhere.
Well, we can tell about the trolls.
Oh my God! I wanted to get my daughter to come in here. She just came home today. She's been off doing whatever it is she does for the last week, and she came home. And and I'm like, come on, she's been baiting. It's funny, she's been baiting me on Facebook, but I'm not going to engage with my own kid. But anyway, so I brought her down. And I'm like, come on, you want to get on the air? You want to put your... No, I don't want to. I'm tired. And she stomps back upstairs and goes to bed. Anyway, area code. The best thing about being young is the fact that you can just believe that the world is going to take care of you. Area code 864. You're on the air. Who dat? Where you at? Go at it.
Hi there. This is Michael from South Carolina.
How you doing, South Carolina?
Can you hear me well?
Yes.
I can hear you just great.
Okay, so I had a really quick question for you. I'm really new to your, I guess you'd say, your YouTube channel. So what exactly do you guys do? Really briefly, please.
Well, I mean, we run around in circles a whole bunch, and my favorite part is picking up stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway, there are hundreds of YouTubes that you can go look at to see what our channel is all about.
Okay, well, I had a question.
Basically, we try to keep up with what's going on out west and with what's going on there. We try to give you guys prepper tips, farming tips, gardening tips. We're Maj Podge of a lot of things. We just try to stay on top of what's going on, current events and what's going on, so...
Oh, current events, like the current events. Donald J. Trump. Pretty much good current events, right?
Right.
Yeah, he's good. He's a good guy. I mean, I don't know if you're going to put this on the air or not, but have you seen your show's ratings?
I don't. I mean, I don't know. I mean, is the saddle working for you while you? I mean, you're.
It's simple. Have you seen? I mean, could you even call it a show?
Well, if you don't want to listen, you can always shut it off.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is your unicorn okay?
A unicorn, yeah, a unicorn. You know the unicorn that came over and said, I want to go to a show. And they said, the show? What show are you talking about? This isn't a show.
All right, and you're listening why?
Exactly.
I'm not listening. I'm not listening. You never talked about anything. There was nothing to listen to. You came? I came, listen. Excuse me, I came. There was nothing to listen to. I was very confused.
Awesome.
Have a wonderful day.
All right, so you
Have a
call.
wonderful day.
Okay. No, everybody, hold on. Why did you call in? See that, and that's how they work.
Was that a drive-by? Is that a drive-by?
Yeah, it was.
That's what I call it. I'm not in the radio business, but.
Yeah, that was a drive-by. It is exactly what it was.
He was spraying and praying.
Well, he was feeling fabulous about himself, and so he just thought he would call in.
Got his
Oh, wow.
fame with us anyway. Oh, shoot.
Hey, I actually had a little bit more substance to what I was trying to say. I kind of find it difficult to articulate my thoughts into words sometimes, especially when I'm on the radio. I don't know why that is, but I guess a lot of people have that problem. But with these guys on YouTube, well, I consider them trolls. There's a few of them. But I'm talking about really Chaos View. That guy, I don't know if he's a troll or not. I mean, he's pretty much cyber stalking people, and that's kind of a troll move in my book. But one thing I learned from watching his videos is that whatever you put on Facebook, hey, if this guy can find it, I mean, the FBI can see it. You know what I'm saying? The FBI or whoever else, anybody can see it. Joe Blow can go look it up. So, I don't know. In my opinion, I think it's a good time to, tighten up a little bit on Facebook about what you post. If you're posting things that are potentially incriminating.
Oh, you know what? If you're not on a list now, there's something wrong with you.
Well, I know that, and I'm guaranteed that I'm on a list, at least one. But I mean, I go to all these things, but I don't know. Facebook seems like it's their playground. When you've got such blatant censorship, and I mean, these trolls, where do they come from? I had this one troll one time. It was the last election cycle, and somebody put me in a Tea Party group, and it was because the Tea Party was co-opted. Of course, it was all pro-Romney, and I wasn't going to vote for Romney care. So, I had a differing opinion, and I wasn't for Obama, but, I mean, mainly the left-wing trolls in there, once they found out I wasn't for Obama, because I was speaking out against Romney, but they were, they tried to destroy my life. I had, a girlfriend at the time, and she was tagged as my girlfriend on Facebook, and this dude, it turns out it was a guy, I found out months later, went and, sent a message to my girlfriend saying, that I'm hitting on her and all this stuff. It wasn't, none of it was true. My girlfriend didn't believe it, but that's the type of things that these people do over a difference in political opinion. And I've just been seeing a major uptick in it. Do you think it's just natural? Do you think there's really that many
just noticing
libtard lefties out there, or that spend their time doing that, or do you think it's some professional troll propaganda?
I don't really think there's any more than there has been. It just seems like that it is. We're just we're smarter now to catch them and see them. We can pick them out easier. We've gotten smarter about it. I don't think it's really any more or any less. It's just.
I just wonder at points there's, like after, Lavoie was murdered, there's people that are coming on Facebook into these groups saying, I'm glad he's dead, and things like that.
Well,
And I'm wondering if it's really to get people to react and incriminate themselves, because, I mean, they're kind of starting to use that against people, social media posts and whatnot. That one guy, Brandon Robb, he got arrested for a Facebook post. I don't know what that was about. I mean,
well,
there's been a
I could
few
have
others
told you
that I've
about it. I
heard of.
had the article and I can't remember now. I know that he was on probation for something he'd said earlier, and then he went back to Facebook and posted something else, and they hit him for that probation
They
violation.
put him on he was on probation for saying something the first time?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what it was. I had the article, but I'd have to go digging for it. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. For saying something.
Yeah, for saying something. And then he was put on probation for it, and then he turned around and whatever he said was taken out of context again, and he was, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that just kind of proves that they'll use these words against you. It's kind of a gray area in law, I think, actually. I mean, it's so new. Really, the net is what made the Bundy Ranch possible. And, you know, I feel that if the internet was around in the early 90s with Ruby Ridge and Waco, it would have turned out a lot different. I think it would have, especially back then. I guess I was a young kid, but, you know, from what I've read and stuff, there was a lot of, there was a strong militia right then.
Yeah, they're trying to pick us apart, and they're keeping tabs on all of us. I mean, yeah. I mean, they're going to try whatever they can, I guess. Everybody go to sleep on me?
Yeah, it seems like we're the only ones here now. On the air.
Oh, I can't believe it. I'm seeing if there was anything thrown on my Facebook is what I'm doing right now. But there isn't anything new, basically. Same stuff, different day.
Yeah, until something happens.
Yeah, that's why we got to
Yeah,
stay.
I was at the Bundy Ranch earlier. There was nothing going on there. I rolled in and talked to Carol for a minute. I didn't really see much activity or nothing, so I just kind of drove home.
Well, we still need to keep it in the forefront. We need to keep Oregon.
Oh, absolutely. That's 70 miles from here. It don't take me long to get there.
All right, we have everybody hold up.
Somebody has it.
All right. If you're going to call in, please just mute your background noise before you call. We have another caller, area code 505. Who that? Where you at? What you got to say?
Hey, how's it going? I just wanted to call and see if you guys had heard anything about that rancher meeting that went down in Animas, New Mexico, about a week ago. I had a friend, Adrian Sewell, who went down there. I was unable to make it at the last minute, but I got a report from him on what happened. About 600 people showed up, and there were 3 states worth of sheriffs, both Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas, and obviously a bunch of people that lived down there by the border. So I believe it was 2013, Obama had taken 500,000, 500,000 acres along our border over by the Oregon Mountains in New Mexico, and created another national monument, and said that the sheriffs could not patrol the border anymore because it would upset the wildlife. And as a result, one of the ranch hands got kidnapped. He's okay. They beat the hell out of him. And they loaded up his work truck with a bunch of dope and took off. And they ended up returning him. Never saw the truck again. Another rancher was shot on his own property. They're finding dead bodies out there. There's a bunch of human trafficking going on. It's getting pretty bad, and there's hardly any press about it at all whatsoever. And I was talking to Adrian. He was saying that he thinks that they're using the illegals and all this chaos to push those ranchers off of their land, to make it completely unlivable. You know, And so that's a pretty big, I mean, that's 3 states worth of a border.
Okay, so one has to ask the question, why are Oath Keepers, 3%ers, PPN, why is nobody there?
You know, I was supposed to go down there and film that meeting, and I was unable to make it. Some stuff came up at the last minute. I don't know where the Oath Keepers were on this. I know that a bunch of sheriffs showed up and were trying to get it addressed. But, you know, I don't know where the Patriot groups are on anything anymore. There's a lot of division within the Patriot groups right now, a lot of infighting, and there's been so much infiltration that I think that people are paranoid.
Actually, were you the person I was actually trying to fund to get there?
Yeah, I had some issues. I had something come up at the last minute, a family thing, and I wasn't able to get down there, and I'm really sorry. And I'm really pissed that I missed it because so many people showed up, and it was such an important meeting, you know, and my state is involved in it, and the situation is seriously bad. I mean, and there's no reporting on it going on whatsoever.
Well, yeah, exactly, and that's why, you know, and again, folks, this is why I created this website, OperationAmericanSpring.us. And I don't know if you realize how hard it is to create a website and all the forms you got to fill out to create a website called .us. But, you know.
Well, I've been getting reports from Adrian. Adrian travels all over the place trying to work with these ranchers and the sheriffs, and so he's really, really busy. And he was unable to film the meeting as well. But I've been getting my information from him because he's, you know, the man on the ground, and he works very closely with a lot of these ranchers, not just here in New Mexico, but all over the place. You know, he was up there in Burns, Oregon, and he's a really good source of information. But again, you know, he's really busy. But you know, I would like to get him in contact with you because of all the traveling he does and how much ground he covers. You know, I wish that I could get you guys hooked up somehow so that
Are you talking about Adrian Soul?
Yeah. Have you talked to him?
Yeah, I have contact if I need.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's something he would be into. I'll ask him about it next time I talk to him. But yeah, I mean, if they really need somebody to be with them with a camera and filming this stuff. You know, and I think a lot of people are probably scared off because they saw what happened, you know, to Pete Santilli, but there's a way to go about reporting that wouldn't put such a target on your back, you know?
Well, you know, there is something going on. You know, we got a brain blower show going to happen tomorrow. I have Joe Rice, I have Jason Pantattenhove, I have a pre-recorded, because she couldn't be here at the time, video coming up with Michelle Fiore and a few others that are going. I'm working on Joe Aparo. I may have pronounced that wrong, but you know, we're going to talk about all this stuff, because if we don't take America back, or at least try, I mean, this is a lost cause, and we'll be picking this up tomorrow. As far as that goes, you know, with all this and all these people, you know, I have contact with these people like Rancher, you know, Tom, and all these people, but, you know, honestly, it really has to go down to us getting off our ass and getting something done. I mean, if you can't, yeah, I'm not poking a finger at you, ma'am, but I mean, if you can't, if you cannot get to something, help us find somebody that can, and use the website I have created to actually get that done, because that whole website that I created is actually designed for that. Use the forum and get in there and use that forum. You know, it's like nobody signed up for that forum in like 3 weeks.
I'll put it down here in chat too.
So, I mean, it's like, really, that's the whole point of the forum and OperationAmericanSpring.us is to get everybody working together. So if you guys want to work together, let's put your money where your mouth is, or your activity where your mouth is, and let's get it done. I'm not talking to you specifically, caller. I'm just saying, it just looks like the internet is all talking a bunch of shit and nobody's doing nothing.
No, when I met up with Adrian Sewell over at the rally, he said the same thing. I mean, you know what? Oh, I had a camera guy set up who was going to go down there with me, and he bailed at the last minute, got cold feet. He's a German immigrant, and so he doesn't want, he is afraid, basically. And you know what? Honestly, like, I tell people about this stuff all day, every day. And people really honestly just don't care, or they'll care for that short attention span minute, and when it comes down time to actually go and do something, you can't get anybody to actually be willing to go. When I went up for LaVoy Finicum's funeral, I had 3 people that wanted to go and do some interviews with some of the people that were going to be there. They all bailed at the last minute.
Oh yeah, you are totally preaching to the choir. We have 3 other callers. I want you to drop anchor and hang with us, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Area code 352. You're next. You're on the air. Who dat? Where you at?
Hey, this is Tom in Florida.
How you doing?
All right, man. Hey, me and Count, we tried to go to that rally in Orlando, but we didn't realize that it was changed. The location was changed.
Yeah, they kept moving around. I know that.
Yeah, we went together. I went and picked them up. We went down there. We were going to live stream it for you, but it was a concert. Like we were thinking, wait a minute, maybe they put this concert here so they couldn't rally at the city hall. So we're looking around. We walked down to the courthouse. We went everywhere around, and come to find out, it was like 15 minutes down the road. So, but like you say, people got to get off their butt and do something. And there are people trying. I tried. I did my best, but we didn't realize that it was changed at the last minute.
I use pen, paper, and phone. I don't get around.
That's cool. Yeah, I understand that. No biggie. We had a lot of people that day, but we have a new one coming up, first Saturday in April. I would hope that everybody gets busy. The cold is over, so there's no excuse anymore. Area code 352, drop hangers. Stick with us. We have other calls. Area code 702. You're next. Who that? Where you at? Area code 702. Going once? Going twice? Area code 702. Going the third time. All right, let's go again. Area code 318. Who that? Where you at? Going once?
Hey, don't run off, believe me. Hey, this is Comet. What's up?
Hey, Comet, what's up, man?
Hey, no, I don't know if y'all know it, but Louisiana just got a new governor. It's kind of off topic of what y'all were talking about, but it's kind of important. We got a new... Hello? I was hearing an echo. I don't hear it anymore. I didn't get cut off, did I?
No, you're here.
Oh, okay. We got a new governor. Well, one of the first things he did was add a new sales tax. And the reason he states that we need this new sales tax is because nobody is paying back their student loans. So we need to bail out the banks again, except now they're doing it in a different way. They're not just giving them a big $1 billion or whatever from the Federal Reserve. Now they're just taking it right out of our pockets and sending it straight to the banks.
That's what I love about Kentucky. We just passed a bill. I'm not sure if it will get all the way down the pipe, but community college for anybody coming out of high school will be free.
As education, in my opinion, should be. If you want people to make it in this world without depending on other people, then they need to be educated. Now, I don't know if it should be totally free. There should be, maybe you could work at the college for a couple hours a day, maybe cleaning desks or whatever. You know, everybody should pull together to do what they can, I think. And I think we would get a lot more done that way rather than, you know, putting a lot of the expenses off on people that don't even use the services. That's completely unfair, in my opinion. You know, if you use the service, then you should do what you can to promote that service and keep it going. You know, it's kind of like the pay it forward type deal. But the thing about things being free is people get used to that, and the more things that they get without any sweat off of their own back, it seems like the more they expect to get free. And I've noticed the younger people these days are falling into that category a lot. They seem to think that everyone owes them something.
Well, yeah, you know what? I hate to say it, but my daughter just did the same thing. I'm too tired. I don't want to talk. I'm gonna go back upstairs. Yeah. While my own kid baits me on Facebook all day long about Donald Trump. I don't. I'm not going to engage my own kid in this because she's my daughter. She's young. She ain't figured it out. You know, until you work your ass off for your whole life, you ain't going to get it anyway.
Well,
that was a caller that you. There was the caller that you had earlier who was talking about how the day before Thanksgiving he would go into, you know, some poor neighborhoods and hand out food, and then they started like brutalizing him and coming to expect things and treating him awfully. And you know, even down there, the ranchers down there in New Mexico along the border, you know, there's people being trafficked, women and children being trafficked through that wilderness, and sometimes people get really sick and they get left behind, or they escape and are trying to, you know, get by on foot. And some of those ranchers used to go, and in their words, they approached them, you know, as Christians, trying to help and trying to lend a helping hand and feed them and doctor their wounds and whatever. But then they were just getting overrun, and then, you know, then they were getting robbed and, you know, getting their water tanks shot at and became targets. And so when that stuff started happening, you know, you have all these people that are trying to help, but then the people they're trying to help turn on them, and then they stop helping because they realize that they're becoming a target, and that is really deeply sad.
Yeah, it's like you show up with a can of beans and they say, why didn't you bring two, you know? And you're like, well, I only had one, but I'm sharing it with you. Well, that's not enough. You need to go back and find another one because, you know, we want more.
Yeah, that's absolutely awful. You know, I'm a single mom. I qualify for absolutely every stitch of welfare that is available. And I don't take handouts, and I work my ass off every day of my life because I know that whenever you accept government help, that it's not your money, it's the money of your neighbors. And also there comes a whole lot of strings attached to those dangling carrots. Exactly. And I have cut all ties with the government, period. But I've noticed, you know, that there's a lot of people that have a trillion different excuses for why they just need the handouts. But, you know, like I said, I'm a single mom, man. I, you know, pay rent and have all the same bills everybody else does, and I pay my bills, you know, and it is possible to get by, and I have a deep appreciation for the things that I have because I work hard, you know. Yep. And some of the people that I know, they are living off of the government, and they've got a million excuses as to why, because it's just so hard and they can't possibly get by and blah, blah, blah. But their attitude is along those lines too. They do expect to be taken care of. They think everybody owes them something, and they've been slighted and this and that. And I mean, it's very prevalent.
I was a single mom for years too. I know exactly what you're speaking of, and I would not take a handout if it.
Well, they want your soul in return too, and it's not government money. That is the money of your neighbors who are paying taxes.
When I was about 25, me and my wife got in a bind, and we went and applied for food stamps. And we were sitting there, and they noticed that we were wearing wedding rings. And do you know they told us to go sell our wedding rings and buy food, and I have never been back and never asked them for another dime.
Oh, wow.
They told us to go sell our wedding rings and buy food. And, of course, the wedding rings were half fake anyway. I don't think we gave but $150 for the set for all of them, you know.
Comment, I remember a similar situation. They told me to sell my car. I kind of needed my car to get to work.
Yeah. So you sell your car, then they definitely got you on food stamps because you can't get to work to get off the darn thing.
You know, that was way back in the 80s, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
you know, that's kind of when I realized that, well, you know, this is not going to work out my way unless I do something different. So I, you know, explain it, you know, so now you understand the stories I told about, you know, selling plant stands and butterfly knives in the inner city to generate some cash. So, you know, it's not that hard to make money if you want to get off your butt.
Yeah.
And you don't have to work for somebody else, actually, if you really don't want to. But you do got to get out and do something to make that money.
Right. The thing about it is, when you do work for yourself, everything you do, you benefit from, rather than only getting half of what you're worth. You know, and you know, I have nothing against anybody working for someone else. I did it for years. That's how I survived. But in my later years, I look back and I wish that I would have worked for myself, because people who work for themselves do seem to be more successful. And
you know, I moved out.
And do realize, according to the IRS, if you work for yourself, you have to pay double taxes. That's what I'm dealing with right now.
Really? Wow.
If I could interject on that, I owned a painting business for 14 years, incorporated. In 2008, the economy went to crap, and of course, I tried to hold on to my business. I've told this before. But yeah, double taxes. Then they want to hit you with tax on what you've already purchased. They want an inventory of your supplies, your equipment, and estimated value, what it's worth, so that they can tax you on that. After you've already paid taxes on it, they want to hit you again. And I was an owner and operator of it. It was me and my wife, and I had one other guy working for me for a little while. But they even made it harder and harder and harder to do that. So to try to work for yourself, unless you have some way to hide everything, then really it's not easy these days, I have to say.
You know, I moved out to the boonies and started a cleaning business. And my son was very young at the time. He was too young for school, so I needed to do something that would allow me to take him with me. And I did a variety of different things. Like I said, it's out in the boonies, so word of mouth, that's how you get work. And, you know, if you show up loaded and if you don't do a good job, word spreads through town, you don't get work anymore. But I have been really fortunate. I have plenty of work, and I can choose my clients. I don't work for people that I don't respect or like. That's been really great for me. And, you know, I catch some shit for this, but I don't pay taxes. Now, I'm not making so much money that I have red flags attached to me, but I live a life where I made a conscious decision to sever all ties with the government. And I'm still in some of those processes now. But the way I look at it is I don't want to fund the things that they do to people across the world and in this country. I don't want to fund wars. I don't want to fund them, trading stocks on the stock market that are attached to people in prison. I don't want anything to do with them, and I don't accept any government services either. So I don't feel any obligation to pay into their system.
Well,
and I've done a lot of
honest,
study on how they get away with terrible things, and I don't want to be a part of it.
Well, to be honest with you, the income tax has nothing to do with any services going to the United States. That's all collected through property taxes, gasoline taxes, sales taxes, things like that. So you're still paying your tax. The taxes that goes to the income tax goes straight to the Queen or whoever, the Vatican over there. It does nothing for the United States. So I mean you're screwing the Queen, but you're still supporting your things in the United States.
Well, when you buy,
I try not to whenever possible.
Well, I understand. I just
you can only do so much.
When you buy something, you pay taxes, and under the real Constitution, property tax is not legal. My house is in Florida, but it's not on state land. You have to go back and do your studying to figure out what's going on. My labor should not be able to be taxed, okay, legally. So I shouldn't have to pay those taxes. But now when you go out and buy something, that's legit, or the tag on my car is legit. Taxes on my vehicle. Yeah, all those things are legitimate legal tax. And that's the tax that they're supposed to use to maintain the roads and the highways and the infrastructure. But not all these other tax. So they have tax after tax, double tax, like Hawk was saying, and tax on my. It's ridiculous. So
I just a few days ago, I bring this up because you had talked about the tax on your car. So it's been upheld, the right to travel, through the Supreme Court an innumerable amount of times. But it states that the state cannot take an inalienable right and attach a fee or a tax to it or a license. That's stated in the law. And so just in magistrate and district court a few days ago, I got my case dismissed for not having registration on my car and a speeding ticket, because without an injured party, there is no crime. And so those things are, you can only be taxed and licensed on those particular things through consent. Now, when you go down and obtain a license because you've been told your whole life that that's what you have to do, they interpret that as your voluntary consent to waive your right to travel, even though that's a violation of contract law because they don't make people aware that they're waiving a right. But then you think about how much money, I mean, they basically use cops to generate revenue for the state through all those traffic tickets and whatnot, where there is no crime involved, there is no injured party, you haven't hurt anybody, you haven't, caused any loss to anybody. So, and I just beat my case in court, and I try and tell people about the right to travel all the time. They look at me like I'm crazy, but it's been upheld in the court system. I mean, it's a matter of law. But so many people make assumptions on what the law is instead of actually reading the law, so they get caught up and end up spending a bunch of money that they really shouldn't have to, legally speaking.
Right. They sign you on to, like you said, you're exactly right. Once you sign that, then you're going along with them, like with your property.
Yeah, I went and took my license back.
Your property
you'll need to take this back.
They say, here, we'll protect you, so come sign here, and then now, boom, the same thing happened to the ranchers, the BLM. You got to have these grazing rights, and you're going to have to pay us, and we're going to tell you that you can go out here and graze on this pasture only this amount of time, and then we're going to restrict you. Well, that's what they were trying to do when, they were trying to get everybody to stop agreeing with their unlawful orders,
All right, listen, guys. We're running up on the end of the show. We're about done. Don't forget, we have Joe Rice tomorrow coming on with us. Jason Van Tattenhove, a few other surprise guests. I don't want to just cut you off, but all of you people that have called in, do me a favor. Make a solid endpoint, and then I need to close the show and head out. Okay?
All right, well, I'll just say good night, and it was nice to talk to y'all. And, all trolls aside, you're doing a great job. It's not an easy thing that you do, and a lot of us out here really, really appreciate it, and it makes us feel like we're not going at it alone when everybody else around us kind of does. So, keep the faith, and it was good to talk to you guys. Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Comment, go ahead.
This comment. I'd like to say goodbye to everybody, but I'd like to also encourage everyone that has the means and the will to do so to support Revolution Radio. Hawk works really, really hard for nothing. Speaking of working for other people and not getting anything for it, not even appreciation in a lot of cases. But I do appreciate it, and I hope that Hawk is around for a long, long time because he does a great service, in my opinion. So thank you, and I'll be listening on the other channel.
Well, thank you very, very much. I always forget to ask for donations.
Well, it's a necessary part of this process, and unfortunately, we do live under that system, and unfortunately, we're going to have to use that system to get out of it.
Well, yeah, I was being a smart ass, but I'm just showing people. I hope. I don't spend all of my time asking for donations. So anyway,
no, you don't.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm going to say good night.
Anyway,
to you.
Thank you, and good night, everybody.
Good night, Comment.
Thanks much, Comment.
I want to end it with this. I can't go all over the country for Hawk, but I sure the hell can use a pen and a paper and a phone, so you all can too. Get off your butts and do something. Good night, Hawk. You have sweet dreams tonight.
All right, thanks much.
And let Liz know I got my mail.
All I heard was, let Liz know.
Let Liz know I got my mail.
Oh, okay.
All right. Good night, hon.
No problem.
All right, well, I guess it's my turn. I'll end with, I agree, support Nighthawk, send what you can. It doesn't have to be a lot. It all makes a difference, and we need to stand together and come together as people, black, white, green, yellow, purple, I don't care, and get off our butts and make something happen. So thank you all and all fellow patriots, and y'all have a good night. Thanks, Hawk.
No problem. Thanks much, folks. All right, that's the end of it, and we're done. I'm going to go make me some dinner. I'm up late for me. I'm a farmer. It is almost midnight, and I have to get up in 4 hours and get busy. I'm probably going to sleep late and get up in 5 hours and get busy. I don't know. But all you people out there, I really hope you understand and appreciate everything we're trying to do. But regardless of that, good night, folks. Good night. Sleep tight. We're done.